remind us what exactly happened last game? Do one of you want to take over for that? Give us a bit of a recap. This was 2 weeks ago.
As I remember, we were traveling to Graenguana. As we got close, we heard the sound, a large sound, what sounded like war. We got closer, and it was just absolute mayhem, as there was a little war going on. We ran through some defenses and stuff, attempted not to talk to people. We basically just ran for a door the entire time, and currently, while I was running for a door, Branza was not only creating a giant field of, like, I forget what it's called.
Spikes?
Yeah. A giant field of spikes, and then also, like, made a telepathic communication with a rider of, like, a hovercraft, and is now currently on top of the hovercraft, just firing at some of the weird goblin things attacking this place, while me and Donkz just ran over to a burnt village, and I'm just, like, looking in the rubble of a burnt village, and I found a fake pipe of pipe of the sewers.
Yeah. I do also remember.
Oh, and there's the Titans. They're also attacking.
Yeah. There's a bit of definitely a whole war going on, a situation at the gates of Graenguana here, and I'll tell you guys, last game I did not at all do any attack rolls for all the players in this battle, because I generally know what damage output they can do, and I essentially have just set that up for whatever you guys decided to do at the end of the day. Since Branza is in close proximity, I had to calculate all the damage real time, and we're looking at vehicles nearly destroyed, the ones on the ground, the ones that are stationary and do not hover, specifically the tank and what do you call it, the mech that seems to be controlled by a pilot there. I'm sorry?
The walker?
Yes. That they have both taken heavy damage from the onslaught that has just arrived to them. You see this, Branza. You see how you jumped off of this. It's almost a spire, but it is not. It is definitely a palisade. And you have these. There's arrow slots, and there's perch stations. And through that perch station, through that specific entry point that you found up in the ladder, which led to you to a bit of a barracks, mind you, filled with a lot of weaponry and ammunition to fill a small army, to be honest with you, just in a single room. You jumped off and land on this hovercraft, still connected with this pilot. What'd you tell this pilot? What'd you speak to this pilot about? Have you said anything to him? Could you remind me?
I remember I did say something, and he kind of just gave me a confused look. I asked him, like, I landed behind him and said, "I'm behind you. Are there any, like, guns that I can control to shoot?" And he just responded saying that they were already doing that.
Yes. Oh, yes. They were in control of the weaponry. You couldn't notice until then, and then they confirmed it with their response. But
after that, I just started shooting arrows into the sky.
Yeah. So there is a lot of death occurring. There are, and I'll remind you guys that these are. You both know what goblins are. These are very different from goblins to the degree that you've never seen goblins act or behave in this way, or at least it hasn't been spoken of in a long time. Tales have been told, spoken and sung before, that orcs and minotaurs and goblins, a lot of magical or different entities, dragons, cyclops, giants. Mind you, there is a gigantic being here, by the way, at the gates. These beings, most of them, have had a change of heart or thought or ideal ever since the Curse of Adasor. This is a known fact throughout most of the cosmos, most of all the systems that are aware of each other, that have been affected by the curse, unfortunately. But as unfortunate as that is, it has brought enough fortune for it to be justified. The lust for gold that a white dragon would have, gone almost in an instant, given the right conditions and given the obvious situation where they specifically don't really care for gold other than whatever was driving them before. Now, if they were already particular towards the gold, they're going to still probably want some of that. And may continue burning down or freezing down villages to take what they want, whatever that is. And again, I'm using umbrella terms. These goblins are not anything like those goblins that you've ever seen in many of the cities that you guys have witnessed. You specifically, Branza, know that goblins here do not act this way on port. But they're here nonetheless, attacking without regard, nearly most of them naked or barely covered, weapons that seem to be either makeshift or scavenge. And they have just arrived, to be fair. But specifically, Phillip, what you see as you look around in the marketplace, you see further ahead, there are several houses there. There are people walking to and from, many very nervous. But there also seems to be some kind of activity or some kind of explosion. The noise that you've heard from just right at the gates, similar to the tank that you saw blast a couple of the goblins out of the way. It's not as loud, definitely more subtle, but it is there. It is perceptible for you. You could start knocking on doors if you were seeking aid. You do remember seeing a group of people running towards the gate. You can assume that they were the last bit of aid available. But if you'd want to get to the houses to keep searching on, as you see Donkz rush forward and go to one of the houses, he has a faster speed than you. You can either catch up to him or check back with the gates. But I'll let you decide now which way you go, so we can take the next step to see what we do.
Small little question. Do I see Branza doing whatever the hell he's doing?
Branza currently is on the hovercraft, sliding left and right on this thing that it is not completely still in that same exact position. It has been moving, avoiding arrows that keep getting thrown at it. It would be noticeable to you. You would have noticed an extra person on there through the portcullis that has that is still falling. It's still going down. It has not gone down 100% yet, actually. Yeah. Okay.
I think we're just gonna go start knocking on doors.
Yeah. Okay. It would be a round away from where you are. That's the exact same distance from as if you would go to the gate yourself. So either way, you'd be a round out of it for now.
Alright.
So you go into the houses?
Yes.
Okay. So I do have you on initiative here, 21. That's after Branza. And then it is their go. Since we are in the combat, I will be rolling these. And I'll go with my one. But Branza, you actually get to go first because you're at the top of the initiative.
Cool. Kind of like right here. How many little goblins does it seem like there are?
That exact spot, there's actually only one there alive. One is dead. The other one is right over to that one.
Okay. How many are within 5 feet of that square?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including the one inside 6.
Okay. I'm gonna aim a shot there.
Yeah. Make the attack.
11.
Would you have advantage for any reason?
Not unless you give me advantage.
Well, I don't know. Could you come up with a reason? Is there something that could give it to you besides this giant armored entity just smacking and kind of in your way? In fact, that's probably what got in your way. They kind of just went up with their strike. They have this huge. What do they have actually? Yeah, they have a huge sword.
The best reason that I could give you is that I am an archer shooting down at a target that is currently engaging another target that is still. So it is not a particularly difficult shot for a trained archer.
Yeah. But you've never been on a hovercraft before.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
So I think it balances it out. Yeah, so that's a miss. I apologize. But it does raise this huge, kind of like a pillar. But it is the shape of a sword, of a massive concrete sword. And it just kind of raises it up. The arrow actually hits that, and the magic dissipates because it has no target to hit. It actually just hits wood, in the wood, concrete, stone, and then as this giant just smacks down into the vehicle one more time to try to break it.
Is that a legendary action or?
No, it's just his turn. You may make your turn. He's just my people are just going to be attacking during your turn, because they have initiative 20. But boom.
Okay, well my second roll was a nat 20. So
well, that guy is dead. But let's roll damage for the ones that are going to get hit on the other side, because that goblin's not going to survive that attack. By the way, just to let you know, you don't even need to roll damage for him.
I'm still gonna do it.
Go for it. I mean, he's dead. It's the same. He's still dead. But yeah, let me get damage for everybody else around them, because I see actually there is one more, so it'd be 6 others that would get hurt by the
Are you kidding me?
by the hail of thorns.
Okay, we'll give them all deck saves, but I'm not happy with my.
Do they take damage if they fail?
They take damage either way. It's just halved if they pass.
So they take 1 regardless.
No, I had to roll it twice because it doesn't have the critical damage from the roll. But since it's still a roll, a damage roll, I be rolling double dice.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm not gonna give a critical to the Hail of Thorns because that's a Dex save. The damage definitely critically killed one of them.
Crit is double the damage dice. Since Hail of Thorns is a damage spell that's on top of the arrow, wouldn't it also damage? Or no? Wouldn't it also double damage dice or no? I'll let
You are making an attack with it, but they have to avoid damage for it. Okay, so here's the thing, because I was already gonna kill another one with the 20, like the arrow went through them, and I wasn't gonna apply the crit damage on the Hail Thorns for this mob. Was where my mind was at.
Okay,
but you're right. It is part of the attack. Since it's a casted spell. Yes, I'll take it. I'll do that. I'm still gonna knock one of them out because it was a crit. Okay. So let me start marking. Look, I'm not even ready on the DM screen here. Boop boop. How about now? How about now? Yeah. I mean, it happens. This is part of the deal.
I was even arguing. It's a possible 2 additional points.
Listen, that's 2 on 6 different individuals, or 5 because I'm gonna kill one off the bat. Because I actually found another one there. By the way, just to let you know.
Even denser target.
Yes, it actually was. There was one hiding on the golden guy. Hey, I actually get to mark him. I'm gonna kill that one first, just so he doesn't annoy me. So that he's dead. And then this one's dead as well, because this one's the one that got hit. Okay, very nice. And then Dex saves. Fails all around. So that's 3 points of damage.
3 damage to everyone.
Great. All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Telepathically, I just want to say to the guy, where should I target my next shots? And then he can respond on his turn. See.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this guy is actually. Oh, let me change his music a bit.
Okay.
I wanna put more oomph into it. Ba-da-ba. There we go. Okay, great. I'm gonna roll my damage for my hit on the vehicle. Dreadful, by the way. But okay. Oh, he has to do twice. Let's do one more. That's not a hit. That's the end of this turn. Okay. Okay. And we wrap around. Everybody else goes. Holy crap. Let me just finish marking up all this stuff. Yeah, we come back around. Phillip, what do you do as you arrive to the front of the gates? You reach everybody else, and they seem to be ready to attack anybody that reaches up to the gate, because the portcullis still has not come down.
Wait, the gates?
Yeah, the portcullis, yes.
I thought I was heading towards the houses.
Oh, you're headed towards the houses. Okay, great. Yes. Different story. As you reach the houses, okay. Yes, you do see. Boop, 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 So yeah, you're met with a couple avenues. You actually see a road, and across the road, you actually see. Yeah, make a perception check for me, please.
All right. Boop, boop. Perception. 18.
Yeah. You actually see coming out from a sewer grate. There seems to be a bunch of entities just swarming out of it. It doesn't seem to be of an excess amount, but it is a large enough grouping that it leads you to believe that this is a war band. Sorry. There are three other ones. There is a route that goes to the street further into the town that you see larger buildings. This is the location that you've heard the explosion from. That's the second route, and then the third one you actually see a bunch of houses, and there are people scuttling into the houses, closing the door. Did you want to go to one or the other?
I want to go to the people scuttling into the houses.
Yeah, great. You actually reached the door at the end of your round, and at the start of your next round, which is coming up right now after Branza's, will be your go at that, and I'll show you what that is in a minute. But everybody else does go. I'm gonna knock one out. This guy is dead. This guy is dead. Branza, you actually see as one of the people that are there with they seem to have a rifle of some sort, the same exact rifle that that the guy had when you jumped past him. He's shooting about, and he's getting very good shots up and about. And it seems that this one's specifically a target because there's a lot of arrows being flown over to you, which is part of the reason the hovercraft keeps moving left and right and bobbing and weaving. As it is doing that, 3 arrows get luckily onto the person's chest and drop them cold dead on the hovercraft. They kind of just slump right there. Their weapon kind of limply falls next to them, but they seem to no longer have life in them for the time being. That is the end of their turns, and it is your turn, as that is what everybody else does.
Did the guy I have the mental contact with give me a response to like where he thinks I should shoot my arrows?
Oh, yeah. So he's holding on to the craft. He's actually shooting. Let me take out this guy for that one, because he would do that too on this side. He says, he says in a panicked tone, he says, Tony, Fred, we're getting out. We got to get out of here. And he pulls up. The hovercraft actually rises, and it seems to be pulling away. So it is elevating at the moment, as you actually see the bipedal mech start catching fire, and the tank itself has 3 large dents on it. That last strike seemed to not do so much, and that would have really broken it. But yeah, he didn't give you much directions after he saw his buddy fall.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
Trying to look for a dense area. How about right there? How about right here?
Yeah, I mean, if you go to hit him, you'd hit everybody next to him.
All right, that's my plan.
Yeah. I would say he is more heavily armored than anything else around here.
So, what if I hit the guy next to him?
You force him to make a dex save.
Let's send the first one into him. Into Big Boy. Or send the first one into Big Boy.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's going to hit.
Another crit.
There you go.
Oh, that's good damage.
So what are we looking at?
We're looking at 21 piercing damage.
Okay.
4 psychic damage to Big Boy.
Okay.
And then him and everyone within 5 feet of him needs to make a DC 15 dex save and take 14 piercing damage on a fail and 7 on a pass.
Fails all around again. What the heck? And what are we looking at? We're looking at 8 and 6. All right, that is good damage.
If fails, that's 39 to Big Boy, and everyone else takes either 14 or 7. And if Big Boy passes, it's 32.
No, everybody failed.
Okay, then yeah, 39 to Big Boy, 7 to everyone else.
All right.
7 is a fail.
So yeah, just now are you seen as this large behemoth of a being, as imposing as they are, have not really been struck yet. There's a lot going on. Even the tank seems to be concerned of where to point at. And in fact, as you're looking at it, you're seeing a hatch open up. And there are 2 entities in dark clothing, in camouflaged clothing, hopping off this tank and rushing straight to the portcullis. This is as your action happens. But yeah, what are you gonna make another attack?
Does it look like everyone around him died, or are the little guys?
Oh, the little guys around them? No, they just took damage. And I will display that right now.
Then I'm gonna send.
Oh no, actually, all of them are 1 hit point away from death. All of them, all those tiny ones. That is hilarious. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. So it goes wide.
In that one.
Yeah.
That's all I've rolled today so far. I rolled 2 20s and 2 nat ones.
There you go. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I just have a question for you.
Yeah.
About now that we're rising, about how high up are we?
Yeah, I was going to tell you right now. As you're around and you see that you're going up, you're about 40 feet off the ground at the moment.
And how tall is the big one?
The big guy.
Yeah.
About 20 feet.
What? About how tall?
20 feet tall.
Okay.
Yeah. He'd be 20 feet with all the armor and everything, including. He's not 20 feet wide, but he is 20 feet tall.
And you said he noticed me for the first time? I'm
sorry?
You said he noticed me for the first time?
No, you noticed how he took damage proper for the first time after you struck him. The tank has tried to hit him. You could tell that the hovercraft and, in fact, all the people on the vehicles have been trying to strike at the bigger folk, but it seems to not do so much damage. And they started focusing on the little guys first, and now it's going awry because you can see that this tank is no longer gonna last if this brute continues on it. But yeah, Branza. Philip, what do you do as you arrive? And let's take you to where you arrive. Yep. Let's take you. Okay. Okay, wait. This isn't ready. Oh no. Let's fix that right quick. What are you talking about, Philip? This was ready already. Yes. This was entirely like this the entire time. Ready 100%. For sure. And, yes, now we're good. Yes, it is. It is good, because it did it. It says it did it. So I'm gonna move you to it. Right. So you said houses, right?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, you're coming in from the south. You do see the entrance of this first house up here to the right, the farthest right on the east. That one is the first one that you reach up to. But you do see multiple houses, and they go further down the line. They separate more past these other two houses that are to the left of this first one you bump into. But yeah, do you want to knock on one or the other or all? What do you do?
Yeah, I want to knock on them all. I want to go from house to house and just basically knock on them and say,
Sure. So
we need help. We need literally anyone we can. Oh wait, hold on, wait. Just remembered, no speaking. I'm going to just knock on them simultaneously. Knock on one, wait. If no one answers, then I'll move to the next one.
All right, so go to this one right here, because you arrived to this one first before anything else. Because you're coming in from the south.
Which one?
This one over here.
Why?
Yeah. So you arrive there just at the start of your round. What do you do? Knock?
Yeah, I knock.
How long do you wait?
I'm gonna say like a good minute or two.
Minute?
Yeah.
Or like a couple seconds? Because one round is 6 seconds.
Yeah, like probably it's just 6 seconds.
Oh, okay. So yes. So given that, you wait as you after you knock on the door, and yeah, actually, the door is swung open. No, it's not swung open. It is cracked open just a bit, and you see someone holding. There's a weapon right through the crack of the door that they're holding as well, but it is not out of the door, just as well as they have not stepped out of the door as well. But you do see their eye. It is a green eye on a tanned individual with very dark brown hair. But they look up to you. You only see that one eye. They say, "What do you want?" No. They say in Elven, "Hasalia." Do you understand Elven?
Let me see. Proficiency is draconic and common. I do not.
Okay. Do you do anything else?
I really wish I had some writing utensils.
Yeah, I mean, in your travels, you might have. You could have easily.
The curse can still be passed through writing. I'm just gonna try and mime out that we need help. I'm gonna try and either mime out we need help. If you have anyone who can help, please have them come help. Or if you have anything that could potentially help us, like any type of weapon or literally anything that could help, do that. And I'm gonna try and mime that out.
So they're shaking their head and they're saying "Sayapato, Sayapato." No. They grab something. You see the door kind of close, but you hear footsteps go away, but you hear them come right back. They open the door back up a little more than they did before the last time. You now see them. They do seem to be wearing raggedy clothing, old and stained, but they're well put together in face and shape. They seem to either ensure to do their daily workouts or just eat really well and have a laborer's job, but they do seem ready and able-bodied. But they hand you this paper, and it's just a yellow pamphlet. You grab it?
Yes.
Yeah. Once you grab the leaflet, you do see that it's written in common, along with many other languages, to be frank. And it says on there, on the very first one in common, it says, "Stay indoors. No harm will come to all those who stay indoors." And it says on top, "To Graenguana citizens."
Okay.
The individual is trying to get you to come in.
Okay.
They
I
seem
basically like
protective.
what I want to do is basically like try and I want mine that I will be right back. I'm gonna go and get my friend, and then I'll be back, and then we're gonna.
Zepato Gayax! Zepato Gayax! Is what he says. Yeah, he says, "Haseo Pato Gayax," as he's trying to get you to come inside. He's looking outside. He's like concerned that you're standing outside. He's looking at you with fear in his eyes, not towards you, but to something.
I'm gonna try and calm him down. I'm just going to mime out as best as I can that I have a friend who I have a friend, and I'm going to grab him, and I will be right back.
He's shaking his head. He doesn't seem to fully understand you. Let me roll for it though. Oh yeah, please. Oh please, yes. Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah. No. It's good. Because they rolled a 1, so they got some of that. So yeah. They kind of got the gist of it at least. But yeah, I'll say that was 1 round or 2 or 3. Branza. For the next 3 rounds, Branza.
What? Gotta figure out where he's shooting 6 arrows.
Hey, I like it. Right before that, though, you do watch as that got intense. As the tank itself starts sparking up. You're seeing, just flashes of explosions just start happening in secular locations. And you do watch as, again, another strike happens. If he hits, this thing is done with the pilots inside of it. Yeah.
Hopped out of it and started running towards the...
They were just getting out. They're technically still inside because that was during your round. Gotcha. They are still inside of it. I hope it doesn't hit him. And look, I'm pretty sure I hit him with the wrong thing the last time too, but I'm gonna hit him with the right thing this time. Yep. And let me just make sure. No! It doesn't hit! One more hit. Nope, it doesn't hit. So yeah, this is just right onto the metal. This large concrete sword smacking onto the right where the fire spurt is happening. It seems to have just deflected it enough to have not caused damage for it to explode while the pilots are there. So that's great to hear. But definitely you may take your turn. As I would just start picking off people here based off everybody else's turns. Let me just make sure for one thing. Which one did I roll? Oh my gosh, all my dice just hit each other, and I don't know which one that is. But yes, Branza, tell us what you're doing.
I'm gonna keep trying to distract the big guy because I'm getting the feeling he can't hit me.
As you're slowly rising in the air, you're probably about 50 feet now. Yes, yeah, he probably could not hit you.
I'm gonna try and distract
with
him.
the sword, at least.
Does a 16 hit?
16. Sorry, Jack. Wow, did I really lose my place here?
I'm just like wincing and crossing my
there it
fingers in anticipation, just like waiting.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Oh, he has armor. Yeah, oh yeah, it hits. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes. 16 does hit.
Okay. Him and everyone within 5 feet of him make dex save.
All the ones next to him die. They all have 1 hit point each. But what does he take in damage? He has to make a dex save, right?
And then the dex save gives him a possible additional.
Dex save DC is 15?
Yep.
He saves.
Okay, so he takes 10 plus 4, so 12 piercing, 2 psychic.
So piercing. Okay.
And then the guy, all the guys within 5 feet of him are now dead.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all the damage on the large one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you see how you just bloodied him, as armor as well put together as it is. He's bleeding through it, as tight as it is on him, and you're seeing the parts that have. It seems like it's padded with grass. This grass is just turning a maroon green over his skirt or kilt kind of situation that he has. But as you struck him there, you do see a bunch of the pieces break off as he's fighting off these hail of thorns. This magic that keeps swirling around and annoying him and those around him. But yeah. Is that that's just your one hit? Do you have another one?
I have one more hit. I would say the hail of thorns. What it mostly looks like is when I shoot an arrow. When I shoot an arrow, in mid-flight, it just splits off into several. It's down.
So it just starts pelting him all over the place. Yeah, I like that.
It just pelts him and everything around him.
So yeah, so even worse for him. He's actually more maroon red than anything now, because he has so many holes on him. But yeah.
And since that was dead, I'm not going to waste an attack on a single target, so I'm going to target a different area.
Okay.
How's this area look? Pretty dense?
No.
No?
No. Okay, hold on. I should also be adjusting their movement. This guy does actually go up here. These guys do go up to here, so that's a bit of more grouping there for you. These guys do go up there, so that is a better bit of a grouping for you on this corner here. That'd probably be the best thing. Besides,
if I hit right here,
maybe, yeah, I think that's the best thing to do is to hit the other bigger guy and try to hit like 3 more from the other side and 1 from the other side. That is technically touching him, but is not. I know that he's touching him, but it doesn't display that. I just need to make sure that it's controlled for me. But yeah, if you hit either the clump there or that guy, you definitely would be able to do a lot more damage. But I'll be frank, this guy is definitely more armored than even the giant.
Well, that's not going to help him with a dex save. So I'm going to hit the guy centered right here.
Yeah. Hit him. He has about 6 different individuals, including the other guy next to him.
All right. I feel like I don't actually need to ask this, but does a 24 hit?
It misses. What's the dex save?
What, are you joking or are you serious?
No, I'm joking about that miss, but no, yeah, I'll take that dex save for sure because you definitely do hit him. But I'm just verifying.
Oh, I rolled max damage on Hail of Thorns. Dex save is DC is 15, 10 damage on a fail, 5 damage on a pass.
10. 1. What is this? Dex save? That's a fail. You fail.
And I really hope 21 damage kills the goblin I was aiming at.
Oh no, yeah. It's definitely dead, yeah. 21 damage. Definitely does that.
If he fails, it's 21, but 16 if he passes.
Yeah, No, you can tell, and you guys have already interacted with these kind of enemies. They definitely aren't as healthy as you guys could put out damage. I'm just moving them so I could actually access them.
You're good.
Ba-da-bop. Here we go there. He passes his dex save, but he still takes 5 damage. Okay. He passes as well, so I did his right, but he dies. And is that the end of your turn?
I want to telepathically tell the guy I have the link with, have your gunners by the tank aim for the giant. Have our gunners aim for the goblin archers in the back.
All right, so have
these guys
Uh-huh.
aim for big boy here. Have these two and this sniper guy that I saw up here aim for all of these red goblins in the back that you said.
So do me a favor. In 6 seconds, verbally tell me what you say.
Okay.
Because you're making your attacks, but yeah, I'll say you have your 6 seconds to go. What do you tell them? Verbatim.
Left side focus on the giant. Everyone else focus on the ranged units.
All right, so repeat it for me one more time. You said who's focusing on the giants?
Have the left side focus on the giants. Have the rest focus on the ranged units.
Okay. All right. In this instance, you would probably say have the other craft focus on the giant, because they technically wouldn't be. They'd be on your right more than anything. And again, it gets weird because we're looking at them overhead.
Looking at them on the laptop, it looks like it's the left side of me. But yeah, you're probably right.
So you'd say something like that. have the other people in the hovercraft. His goal comes right now, and he's rising actually as all this is happening, lifting you guys up. You guys are 60 feet now, and as this is happening, he looks away. I'm gonna give disadvantage to the attack that's happening right now because it was gonna happen to the hovercraft because he turns around to say to you, you understand him because he speaks Elvish, and the entire time you've been speaking to him telepathically, and you're hearing the other guy saying, "Is like, who are you talking to? Like, do you know this guy? Like, why is he responding? What is going?" The other guy is confused. The driver, though, the pilot, he seems to get an idea of what's going on, and he says, I can't tell them now. They're far. The range units. Okay. He turns and he says, "Hit them." He points to the far because you told him to focus on the range units, right?
Yeah. Those are the ones that are like pelting us with arrows, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like the hovercraft has been taking damage this entire time in place of you guys taking damage because of that.
They don't have the ranged units. Focus on those.
Yeah, but they weren't doing enough damage for them to focus on them yet. that's the situation. They see the validity to it. He does point it out, and you guys watch as when he turns back around. Boom! At the end of your turn, goes my friend over here who does. Yeah, he does a ball of fire right over. Yep, it's a 20-foot radius ball of fire on the hovercraft that is ascending away, which is the one that you're on, Branza. So you're gonna have to make a dex save, DC 18.
This giant guy did this?
Yeah, that one, the armored one. Yes, he as he saw this arrow take out a whole bunch of the units that he's with. He raises his hand, collects mana from the air, and points. And a fiery explosion just kind of just envelops you guys for just a moment, just until it dissipates. The fire started as an orange and turned into a darker orange with black center, like a black hole sun from the actual cover art of the song. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure that's in my memory somewhere.
What did you say the DC was?
18.
Okay, I need to roll a 10 here. Rolled a 9.
So that's 41 points of damage. That's wrong. That is wrong.
Am I about to take 70?
No, this is wrong. No, this is wrong. My bad.
It's supposed to be 10d6?
No, it's not.
Additional 10d6?
No, it's not. What is this? Sorry. 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 Pardon. That's the one that you actually get. Excuse me. I didn't see that. I have multiple campaigns. Sorry. This is what you actually get. But you failed, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it's just a 23 damage is what you get. I just have to check for everybody else real quick. Phillip.
Yes.
As I'm checking for everybody else, what do you do? You said you were you turned away from the house, right? You didn't go inside.
Yes.
Okay. So what is your next?
Branza be with? I have a little question. Would Branza be within 120 feet of me?
No.
How do you know how long it would take for me to get close enough to Branza to be within 120 feet of him?
Yeah, probably a round. You ran this round straight towards the gates, you'd be close enough for 120 feet, yeah.
Then I'd like to just run to get within at least 120 feet of Branza.
Yeah. You get there.
Alright,
Mhm.
I'm going to point my finger at him, and then I'm going to use my message cantrip,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to whisper,
Yes.
we need to get into a house. The people here said that no one will be attacked if they're in a house. Stop fucking around and get down here. And he's able to respond if he likes to.
Great. So Bronze, you actually get this message. I'm rolling my deck saves. Just ignore me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you respond with?
Tight spot. Will take a little bit. And then two things. One, I failed my con save, so my spell is dropped.
Okay.
And then the second thing is I have a radiation effect that I don't know what it is, that I'm supposed to let you know if I'm hit with an attack. I'm assuming this counts? What just happened counts?
Let me check it.
It wasn't an attack roll, it was just a save, but I don't know if that... Let's...
Branza. Mask. You hear stuff. You got telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
Breathe air.
Day, and heal 1d10, and I don't need food or water to survive. My long rests are 2 hours longer.
Sleepy.
I have telepathic link, and then I have a note that I'm supposed to let you know if I'm hit.
Shit, I didn't write that down on this one. It's a post-it note then. Hold on. It's right here, maybe.
I also apparently have disadvantage on initiative, which I honestly think I forgot to do.
Yeah, you go first? No, yeah. I don't think we're doing it right now. That's fine though. It's not that serious.
I can go check back and see what
Why would you have disadvantage on initiative?
Radiation effect. I have a lot of radiation effects.
You do have a lot of them. I don't know why. What happens if you get hurt? Oh, okay, see, it's right here. Oh no, it's not here. Damn it.
If it's something bad, I don't need to know.
No, it isn't bad for you. It's bad for your enemies, but I think through melee. But I could be wrong. For now, I'll have to let it go because I can't find the exact note that says it. Because I have thousands of notes. How could I ever keep anything together? So, you respond to Phillip. You're rising in the air. Big explosion happened. These guys failed their dex saves. Oh, I think pilot might die. So we'll check. Okay, so you watch as the body that was already slumped on the seats there, they kind of just evaporate. But the other two, you watch as the one with the large machine gun, for the lack of a better term, they're just continuously pelting at the smaller guys here. It doesn't do much damage to the bigger people, it seems, this weapon. They get struck by the fire, and they kind of just wince and pull back, taking a good amount of the damage, but being scorched. Half their tight skin suit nearly removed because of how hot this flame came with this consumption. But the pilot was less lucky, as they're pushed out of their seat into the ground and are currently on fire in the center of the hovercraft, as the hovercraft gives you a noise that sounds and is slowly levitating back down. But currently the pilot is unconscious.
The pilot's the guy I had the connection with, right?
Yes.
And he's unconscious? Not dead, but unconscious?
He's unconscious, yes. It is your go. So first thing is, obviously, you respond to Phillip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
A bit difficult right now.
Yeah. And you barely... By the way, you barely just got the message, as you just got right over the portcullis, and the message just barely got through to you. You barely heard it. There's no other way for me to say it than that. It almost did not arrive to you.
I saw the pilot like pull back on the controls, and we started to rise.
Yes.
Can I run and try and just like yank the controls backwards to try and do the same effect?
Yeah. Make an
Just
Arcana check for me, please.
As possible.
Very easy DC.
21.
It's read in Elvish. It has very particular pictures of what to do. You see the blue arrow pointing up and red arrow pointing down. You pull back where it says down, because you saw the guy do that action, so you can only assume it's inverted. And just as you believed, it does rise you up to the air. You can tell that rising is harder than falling on the vehicle, but you do take an action to rise the vehicle, or do you do an action to do something else? Because you can also just direct the vehicle; it'd go slower, but you feel like it'd go faster if you took an action as well.
The slower is fine. I'm gonna use Cure Wounds on the pilot.
Okay. Roll for the hit points.
Okay, well it didn't do the roll.
They didn't do the roll? Okay.
Didn't do the roll.
How dare you? Give us those cure wounds, please. So boom. Back up with 8 points. You hear him coughing. Oh no! He grabs the controllers real quick from your hands, and he says, "No!" And he pulls up real fast. You allow him to grab the controllers?
100%.
Okay, so he pulls up, and the hovercraft is now actually moving at 30 feet towards this, into the sky. So you guys are now actually higher than the towers themselves. So as you send this message, Phillip, you hear that there's trouble, or that there isn't much time or space to allow that for you guys to hide away. But you do see the hovercraft fly out over the the towers. You could only assume to just dip right back in. As this happens, Phillip, what do you do?
don't really have any way of helping you. Because you're literally just on top of a hovercraft. I think my best bet is that I'm just gonna go run back to the house I got the note from and knock on the door again.
Yeah. That's what you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's take you the whole round to get there.
Alright.
Okay. All right, you get there. As you're running away, you hear two massive explosions. The first one louder than the second, as the tank finally does blow up. The pilots do get to make it all the way to the portcullis, which was open halfway, nearly closing now, but they just ducked and ran back in. So thank you for that, Phillip. And as they do make it inside, it does crack with an explosion, a fiery one, as finally enough damage was done to the vehicle that it just cracks and splashes. It actually hurts the giant that's on top. He's is what you hear for the first time, noise coming out of them, even though as bloodied as they are. And they turn around. All the other units, they keep on. Other than the ones that just got destroyed by the tank. I'm gonna kill a couple of them. And you guys, Branza specifically, you notice as the pilot inside of the other vehicle, he attempts to make a dash off the vehicle as well. And he makes it. He avoids taking damage, and he's halfway to the portcullis currently. He is, and I'll mark his position just for posterity's sake. I don't have a thing for him, but I will put him down as this little circle there. Boom. That is everybody else's go. The pilot already lifted up you guys up to 30 feet. He's gonna dip into the inside Graenguana. But yeah, Branza, what do you do as you're getting further away from this scene as you're being lifted away? The other hovercraft they've been slowly inching away further on the corner. You don't know where they went after you cast Cure Wounds. You kind of lost sight of them. But yeah, what do you do?
The big armored guy, the one who did the fireball thing.
Yeah.
He's still looking at us?
Yeah, no, so he looked like he just saw someone attacking from your general direction, figured it was like, oh, they've been really annoying, and now they're extra annoying because they hit me. Fire attack on you, is what you can only assume that happened. Once that attack went off, and you could kind of gauge this as it was happening, they turned around to continuously start striking at the mech in front of them, which, yeah, to be frank, it's on fire, and the pilot has already abandoned it. As much as it has done some damage to the armored individual here, there is a lot of attacking going on, so there is not much they can do themselves. But yeah, seems they have abandoned ship.
I want to move over to this dead guy's gun.
He's been incinerated. He's no longer there. Oh, the gun? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The gun's there. Yeah. Uh huh.
A mounted gun, right? It's not like one I have to pick up. It's just already. It's part of the machine.
No. So it kind of looks like Jezebel, the rifle that one of the Court of Horns members has. It just looks like a thinner, sleeker version of it. Very different, but similar in shape, similar in size.
Okay, Are we over this part, like this tower part area?
You guys are over, yes.
Okay,
You're 10 feet right over it. You're about 20 feet away from it.
Okay. We're about 20 feet away from it?
Yeah. You're not exactly like... I'm not going to move those... Because I got to move like 3 different things at the same time. I wasn't going to move back and forth.
Slide off of this onto the tower.
You can jump to the tower. You have enough of a space to sprint to jump to it with a easy athletics check.
I want to like run and grab the rifle and throw it on my back and jump over to the tower.
Yeah, you can grab it. And make the athletics check for the tower. What's your intent? Where are you trying to reach on the tower? Because you see at the very top, it has I believe it's called bulwark. The points of the palisade themselves where you would hide behind before you take your shots is what I'm trying to convey. You see this there. You could jump into that. You could jump over the portcullis. You could go around over to where the other end was, where you saw the other individual, where you had the arrows. That's further down. You'd have to, again, land to even reach that area.
Yeah, no, I want to just try and jump between 2 stalks of the bulwark.
Yeah.
Just make it onto the tower. And
sounds good.
You said athletics?
Yes, please. Or acrobatics, whichever you'd prefer, to be honest with you. You did it, so you're good to go. 13's good. Yeah. You're already over it by 10 feet. It's just a little further away, but since you were over it enough, it doesn't take that much, you know. But, yeah, you make it on top.
Okay. Can I throw the gun I just picked up on my back and try and shoot another arrow at the giant one that I've already hit a couple times?
Yeah. He's already turned around and he seems to be retreating. But yeah, go for it.
Oh, he seems to be retreating?
Yeah, after the explosion of the tank, they seemed to not like that and turned around. They're already turning away.
Oh, fuck that then. I'm not going to attack a guy who's retreating. I'm going to attack Armor Boy again.
Yeah. He seems to just be having fun wrecking up this mech.
Delay that. I'm gonna continue running towards the edge of the wall and trying Phillip's instructions.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna take a deep breath.
All right, 1d10. Oof.
Fuck yeah.
Very nice. That's some natural healing right there. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Phillip, you reach the door. You knock on it. They see you, right? And do you say anything? Do you do anything? They seem to just be ready to let you in. Phillip?
What happened?
You're at the door.
Out for a bit.
You reach the door. What do you do? What do you say?
I just knock on the door again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they let you in. You see a couple individuals there. Yeah. There's a dog. The individual who let you in, they seem to be the only able-bodied. There seems to be a sleeping individual in the corner there. There's multiple rooms, an empty table with a lot of supplies. Sorry, I said empty table. A table with a lot of supplies on top of the table itself. There seems to be actually some money pouches there in the corner where the gentleman is standing by. It seems to be a gnome. They are nervous that you came in, but once they saw that you're not who they don't expect to see, they were less concerned. They were like, okay. But you do see other weapons. You see food. It's just a bunch of supplies of people bunkering down. But this is what you see. Do you do anything? Do you?
So there's like a little pile of weapons.
Yeah. There's like some daggers. There's a short sword around there. Some throwing axes.
Okay. I just want to ask, can I like just roll for a Arcana to see if any of them have any potential magical properties or if they're all just mundane?
You don't even have to roll. I'll tell you straight off the bat that the only from the people here, the only one who seems like they'd be ready for a battle, who could even aid in one, would be the one who opened the door. But they look like to be honest, a farmhand.
Okay. I think. Are there windows to the front of the building?
Yeah, they are. They're very thin, but there do seem to be some windows. They're opaque, so you can't see through them. But they do open like a door opens. Oh, it opens in. Did you want to?
I think I'm gonna like walk down beside the door and just wait.
Yeah. Oh, you could open the window if you wanted to. It's just latched.
I'll unlock the window and open it.
Yeah. Okay. Just so you can see outside in case like Branza shows up. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. So we'll leave that as that one turn. Come back down to the tower. The towers.
Yeah, who was the lady that was traveling with us?
Thomas Shren. She's right there in the tower. She's waiting for any of those goblins to show up at the front gate so she can punch them. You can see that there's many individuals there ready for that exact thing. As the portcullis is actually just closing now, it may close behind the guy who just stepped out of the mech. I'm not sure yet. Depends on how his dex save goes. But Branza, it is your go as you reach the other side of this this tower, this palisade.
I'm gonna move off towards this direction.
Sure.
And then, this is ill-advised, but I'm gonna try and slide down the side of the tower. Or before I do that, does there look like a road down from the tower that I can see?
You do see an opening on the roof that'll let you inside the actual tower itself. Other than that, an exterior exit, no. The last thing you saw that's close enough was maybe the 50-foot ladder, but that only goes halfway up, barely. I mean, just past halfway. You could slide down to that, try to grab that, and then slide down more.
No, I'm gonna run inside the tower.
Yeah. You run inside the tower, and it leads you into a spiral staircase.
I'm gonna take a full dash down the spiral staircase. While I'm running, can I look to see if there's any like arms lying around? Not like limbs, but like weapons.
I figured. I know we're not looking for arms of Hadar or some other, but yes, no. What you actually see is as you're rushing down these several floors, because you're fast enough to rush down these suckers real quick. You actually get past a couple floors in your movement. Roll me a d6, please.
Trey.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you looking for? Because in these rooms, what you're seeing is more the place of where weaponry would be. It seems that these empty rooms or relatively empty rooms have been scavenged, but improperly. There is currently in the first room that you find um, uh, a firearm, much smaller, but of the same color and the same icy frost. I want to say aura coming off the barrel, the same way the rifle that you picked up has on this very small, stout handgun, for lack of a better term.
I'll
Um,
grab it and stuff it in my tunic.
yeah. Next to that are 2 packs of what you can only assume are ammunition for that exact same weapon.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was looking for. I was looking for either like arms, like weapon munitions, or arrows.
Yeah. So there's 12 bullets total that you can put down, and then the weapon I'll send you the info for that later. But
Ammo,
yeah,
just like ammo. Okay.
yeah. Just put 12 pieces of ammo, small. Um, but you do reach another room, and as you reach that room, you do see a shield that looks to be the shape of a crescent moon. It is completely silver. It is nearly too flat to be considered a shield, but it's small enough that like, hey, it kind of does feel like you could act as a buckler. But once you lift it, you're like, this isn't a buckler. This is a shield.
Uh, I, I guess I'll just grab it and throw it on my back.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the guy that ran out the mech, he makes it in time as the portcullis slams shut, and he dives into the inside of the gates, and Shren kind of like helps pull him in, and everybody's like, okay. And they're looking out to the mess of and while all of this was happening, my friends, you're hearing pop, 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 just all over the entire time, just cracks and shots and sounds and breaks, and it's just a cacophony of all types of warfare occurring, but as the last massive explosion just finally rings out of your ears, because the mech does eventually blow up as he makes it inside. And again, you guys can kind of time it as Philip goes inside. You're hearing the 2 booms. As Branza makes it inside and just grabs the shield, you're hearing the last the reverberation of the tower, having been shook by the explosions, have finally halted. And for the first time in a bit, you're hearing less noise, at least. It's more the arrows still being fired. The cracks of thunder are being diminished more. And as no, you guys want to perceive anything else other than that? Yeah. So Philip, what do you do as you wait around with these people? Do you try to pull one of them with you? Do you just stay put, hang out, wait till Branza bunker down?
Can I like inspect all of them to just see how bad off to just see how potentially either bad or useful they may be?
Yeah. Make an insight check.
Alright. Insight. Insight. 20. I see their very soul.
So the dog, they are definitely someone you might want on your team. As coy as they seem to be playing, they're just panting along there, just standing by the door, nonchalantly, by the way. They're doing so with an intent enough that they keep an eye on you enough for you to notice that this dog is not all they seem to be. Other than that, the individual who opened the door does look to be ready for a battle. But the gnome individual and the smaller, you can't tell what the other individual is, as they're kind of just covered up in the bed there. You'd have to literally wake them up to check them out. But yeah, you can tell that there's something to this dog that doesn't tell you everything.
I walk over to the dog. And I try to pet it.
Okay. It lets you.
Whoops, I just left the game.
That times last session. So
What happened?
I clicked a button on my mouse that takes me back to the last page I was on.
Oh, no, that's fine. I haven't even put... you're not even in front of the dog right now. We're still in front of the castle because the dog's not going anywhere. Because it takes you about a round to do all that and interact with them. But I would like to know, what do you do other than that? This would be your next round, of course.
I have all this information. I know this dog is intriguing me.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say the thing that most reveals to you that they're intriguing is the fact that they have heterochromia. They have two different color eyes. One is red, and the other one is green. The left one is green.
I had dispel magic. If I had dispel magic, I was gonna definitely chuck it at this dog, but I don't.
Would you like to make an Arcana?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to do that.
Please.
I'm going to Arcana the dog. Arcana.
I'd also take History.
Come. 11.
Yeah. Yeah, that heterochromia kind of just brings you back to maybe there is something to be said about their magical prowess. Maybe they're a guardian of sort. Maybe they're a hound dog who would be ready and willing to shred anyone who walks through that door without permission. But other than that, you can't really decipher.
Or maybe they're just a special dog.
Or maybe you just like the way their fur looks. But yeah, that's where we'll stop with your round. Right before maybe Branza arrives there. But Branza, what do you do as you do have two sets of floors to go down still. It is a 80-foot tower, and you were at the top of it. You broke through 2 floors. You want to keep running down? There are doorways. There's a doorway in the floor you're in now, leads you across to a familiar looking area that you've seen before.
familiar with Chimeras.
Specifically, the barracks that you passed by and ran through the other side, and jumped to the hovercraft by.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ignore that doorway. Keep going down.
Okay, so if you go through the doorway, you could actually just go to the ladders, or you could just keep going down the stairs. What did you want to do, one or the other?
So the ladder would take me here, right?
Yes.
And if I keep going down the stairs, is there like a door at the bottom? Where would that open up to?
You don't know, but from what you can tell is the door being opposite from the other side that you've seen, specifically the right to the very left of Shren. There was a door, and there is a parallel one on the other side here. You can only assume the same thing could be on this side, but you cannot be sure.
You're talking about like right here.
Yes.
Right?
So you can only assume that there's one there because there is one also on the other side here, but you can't guarantee it.
Well, I'm gonna bet on my intuition and say that that's where that's going. And I'm gonna follow the stairs down.
Okay. I would also say if you took the ladder, you just slide down the ladder.
Yep. I'm still gonna follow the stairs down.
Okay. Yeah. Go down the stairs. You make it to the bottom floor. And at the bottom floor, roll d6 for me, please. There doesn't seem to be a door exiting to and from this specific tower. You can only assume that it'd be very problematic if there were too many entryways.
Does it look like there's a window?
No, but there is a hallway, again, going under where the barracks was, and the schematics are very similar to the floors above.
I have a question about my telepathic link thing.
Yeah.
Do I have to be able to see them?
You have to be 20 feet from them.
You
do not have to see them. You just have to be 20 feet with them. Within 20 feet from them. Pardon.
Can I try and get close to the wall next to where I'm assuming Shren is and try and establish a psychic link?
Oh, you're trying to establish a new psychic link?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me double check.
My goal is to get a message to Shren.
It takes an action. It'd be your next round.
That's fine.
Okay. You connect to the Shren.
I'm just gonna say, Phillip said once we get inside houses, we'll be safe. Go find a house and stay there. Come find.
Yeah, she's gonna respond. Because she can. You've had this telepathy before, right? Before this encounter? Yes.
I've used it with I've had it since after the Draconoid attack at the village where we found her.
Great. So she would know not to speak out loud regardless, and just respond telepathically. Then she would say, inside? Would the towers work? The portcullis is closed. I think we're safe, just as long as they don't break through. She's...
Go find a house.
You tell her that last bit, and she says, "Leave the gate?
Go find a house."
Fine. She the connection breaks because she's no longer in your space. Yeah. What do you do after this?
Using my remaining movement, I'm gonna charge down the remaining corridor.
Yeah. What's the movement on this? Let's see.
Right, 35 movement speed.
35.
So get
35.
there.
Is that right? Let me double check something right quick.
I'm so glad that worked. Getting to talk to So glad that worked.
Okay, we're looking at. Oh no, that's wrong then. Oh, that's wrong on this one, or is that wrong on that one? No, that might have been wrong on that one. What the heck? Let's double check it now. 35 is right here. 35 is like the center right here, right on number 4. Did you hear Branza? Okay. But as you reach there, you do see the larger room opens wide to again a lot of empty hold spots, hold placeholders or places where whatever you mount your weaponry on is just a lot of empty places of this. A lot of missing weaponry where there should be a ton. But there's a door to the north point of this room, and you do see it.
Great.
Phillip, you're in
Yes.
front of a dog looking at it. Has one red eye and a left green eye. What do you do?
I think I'm going to I'm just gonna like walk around, peek outside the window to see if Bronze is coming.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait.
Okay. Yeah. Branza. What do you do? You're hearing a bunch of as in the background, another crack goes off and another sound, something just similar to thunder, to the left, and then another break of something again to the right, and this continues. How it just keeps repeating, and again, it's become more sparse now, as you can only assume there are less individuals attacking. But the arrows themselves have also slowed down. Yet they continue.
Okay. I'm gonna charge out the door.
Yeah.
Where's the door?
The door, yes, right there. That's exactly where it is.
Okay, great. I think that's. It looks like about 20.
You rush out. You see Shren rushing towards the towards the market.
Full dash action. I'm gonna follow.
Yeah. Okay. At this point, we'll break out of initiative with the intent to arrive to the houses. I'm assuming.
Yep.
Yeah. So eventually, you guys do arrive. Shren was told to go find houses. The first house she does see is at first she turns to look at a street where there is some kind of noise and some stuff is just occurring. You can only assume, as there's a lot of battering going around there. She keeps from going there, and she just goes straight to the other house that again she was informed to go to a house, and it'd be the first house you guys see is this one up here, up in the to the right.
The one you can see inside. The one that Yeah.
Yes.
One's filled.
Yeah. So, Philip, you do see Shren running towards the house, but she looks at the house, but then she's looking at all the other houses at the same time. She kind of just arrives here. I'll put her out. Let me get her.
I look at the guy who opened the door for me, and I point at the door, and I open the door.
Okay. And yeah, Shren's there.
Yeah, does she see me?
Let's see. Yeah, she does.
So then I just start waving at her and trying to get her to come over to where I am.
Yeah, she used her full action. She'll walk up to you in a second. But yeah, Branza also does come into light as he paces behind her as well. Branza, would you like to make a perception check?
You know, I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
24.
So you're seeing. You're at a crossroads, Branza. You're moments away from reaching these houses where you just saw Shren walk towards, and a Phillip waving towards Shren. Donkz is missing. You haven't located him in a while. But you're also hearing the crack of thunder a lot louder than it was before from the inside of Graenguana, but it is softer than what it was what the tanks were delivering. Yet there is something going on somewhere deeper inside the city. You were told by Phillip to get inside, something about it being safe inside. But again, at this crossroads that you see, for the if you were to take the route to the left, what you notice, and the reason why I'm even dragging this along this way for dramatic effect, you're watching as there are very select individuals, select very specifically armored and prepared goblins who seem to be dragging people away into a sewer. Clear as day, maybe 200 feet away from it. You also, on top of that, you also do hear again in the other avenue where the cracking and the noise is coming from. You can only tell, you can only assume that that's where they're coming from. But they currently are dragging, there are several goblins dragging one or two individuals at a time. And yeah, you see it with your 24 perception. You can either go north to the house, or turn and go straight to the sewers inside of the town, inside of the city.
Where exactly is it?
It's about 200 feet away from you. It's you're at the crossroads. It'd be the straight left from you. There's another road that goes northwest. That one takes you to the noise, and then the road north here just takes you to the rest of the houses here, and a lot more of the rural location, it seems.
I think I remember Phillip mentioning something about a musical instrument from the sewers or something.
Sure. Yeah. He's mentioned it. The robots mentioned it. Yeah.
Agonizer, is that right?
It is, but in the last game I went looking for it and I found a fake version of it in a burnt swamp. And it's only called the Pipe of the Sewers because it's able to, summon a swarm of rats.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna go straight to the house.
Yeah. It takes you.
I'll get there. Tell Phil about it.
Yeah. It takes you about a round to get to where Shren is. But yeah, it's it's negligible. We're not in a combat. You do arrive eventually at the house.
Okay.
Yeah. They wave you in. Shren is inside. You're inside. Everybody's inside.
And I'm gonna psychically connect with Phillip and tell him what I just saw.
Okay.
Alright.
There's a bunch of goblins dragging people into the sewer. It
That doesn't sound fun.
A lot. Should we help them? When we came down here on to help people, didn't we?
We did. I was not expecting a full-out war. I don't know what we should do.
I don't know either.
This seems a little bit bigger than just us.
Also, where did Donkz go? What's going on? Where did? Should we find him? Like,
I'm sure he'll turn up again.
He can take care of himself, I know, but... By the way, why is the dog looking at you?
What?
Why is that dog looking at you?
Dog's looking at you as well.
I have no clue.
It looked at everybody that's come in. At least for a minute each.
Why is this dog looking at us?
Make
It's a very cute dog, but I don't know why it's looking at me.
Make an Arcana or a History check.
I'm having difficulty pulling up the page. An Arcana or a History check?
Yes.
It's the same. 7.
Yeah. It's just again a cute dog, nice cute fur, very thick.
God, I wonder if this is gonna fuck with the curse. Can I cast Speak with Animals?
You can connect telepathically with beings.
Okay, I can connect with an animal.
Yeah, telepathic is telepathic. Doesn't matter if it's an animal or not.
I cast Speak with Animals and I try and talk to the dog. Would it spread the curse to the dog and cause pain?
Answer me this: does Speak with Animal have a verbal component?
Yes.
Do you do it inside the house?
Could I whisper the verbal component? I don't know. No, I'll not risk it. So Phil, what should we do? I don't. It's chaos out there.
Well, yeah, I did see your little adventure on one of those flying ships. I frankly am at a loss of what the hell we should do. We could try and see what's happening in the sewers.
I know. I saw some of those creatures retreating.
The giant.
One of the giant. Was it just the giant, or did some of the goblins follow him?
Only the giant turned around.
Okay.
Yeah.
The giant was retreating. The armored big boy kind of fucked me up a little bit.
So we have a few options. One, we could stay here and wait for however long it takes for all this to pass, and then after we wait everything out, then we go check out the sewers with then potentially a less chance of the goblins potentially even being there, but then also increasing the chance that the goblins have already killed the people that they've dragged into the sewers. Or we can go try and help them now while they're currently being dragged into the sewers, but then also having to face on. You said that these goblins were more armored, correct?
Compared to the smaller ones, yes. Compared to the large armored individual that did enough damage to take out the pilot, no.
It's just somewhere in between.
Yes. But you know that the guy who shot that fireball, for lack of a better term, it wasn't a fireball, but it was. They were heavily armored. This individual was a specialist in armor, for sure. Those individuals who were dragging people, they had armor. That's it. They had weapons and armor. They just looked to be people sent for with a specific task.
Listen, man, we got two options. Go out there, try and do something right now, potentially get killed, or wait it out and then potentially get other people killed.
Those both sound like terrible options.
So I want to say, as you guys are staring lovingly into each other's eyes without a word happening, the elf that opened the door is looking around in the silence and eventually does speak up, having in their hand clutched one of those pamphlets, and he also hands them to Branza to show, as he says to you, Branza, and Philip, you hear again, about the Gaiax. Is like, this is what he sent us, Gaiax.
I'm gonna drop the psychic link with Philip and connect to this. And man, this is a broken ability that I have now. I just want to say to him, we are cursed. I can speak psychically to one person at a time.
He gasps, first looking up in the sky, in the air, as if trying to locate the voice. He's never heard your voice, so he doesn't know to look to you.
Just go way back and point to myself, it's like, hey, me.
He focuses on you, realizing you're making gestures, and as you continue speaking to him, he gets the gist. He chuckles, but there's surprise in his face. He hasn't seen or witnessed any of this before. What else do you say? Do you say anything else? As again, he's being stupefied here.
Why are we supposed to be in this house?
He says to keep the people safe. Any individual outside of their homes will be dragged away and be converted.
Converted into what?
Into Gaiax. He's just trying to make more of himself to eliminate or destroy or take over. I don't know what he wants. He looks to the dog, looks back to you, but it's a mystery to even the best of us, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Make an insight check.
Make an insight check?
Yeah. Don't roll a 1. Yeah.
17.
Yeah. He's keeping something close to his chest. He's not given you any information about it, but he is hiding something for sure, 100%. No lies. This guy rolled a 1.
Very cool. Hey, buddy, I can tell you're hiding something from me. Just letting you know now. I don't need to do this, but with my psychic ability, I can read your mind if I want to. Better just tell me.
I'm okay. This please don't do that. That's rude. Philip, you're hearing. Atrek, no. Tara naman. But he does continue to you, Branza. I'm not hiding. I don't know how you figured out. Okay, Jade. You might as well just. And you hear the dog just kind of give a whine. Yeah, it's. I think he knows. And from the dog, you see a shape form out, and it kind of becomes nebulous, liquid of a sort, until the shape becomes resembling of a humanoid. And I say that just to say 2 limbs, 2 legs, a head. And as elf being does appear in their place, there apparently is some druid of some sort that the dog was pretending to be. As they get up, and they, with their heterochromia, look to Branza with a crooked smile, to be honest, and they say, "How'd you know?" But they ask.
I'm not gonna drop the psychic link with the one guy. I'm just gonna tell him. Can you tell them that I'm psychic?
He says. He says he's psychic. They're all cursed apparently, which is why they're not speaking as well. He says as he turns to her, and she smiles. But you see, this is a very young elf. They couldn't be any more than 180 years old, which to you, Branza, is very young. But
I think older than
what? How old are you?
142.
142. How old are you in human years?
That's a little bit. That's a little bit older than like adolescent. I think like in human years I'd be like 27.
All right, so yeah, my 27 is more like 300.
Your idea of 27 is more like 300
for elves, yeah.
Yeah, I think when I was designing the character, the passage I read in Player's Handbook said like elves reach adulthood around like 100 to 120 years.
Yeah. But not here. Here, development's a little slower. Elves last a lot longer. But this is also in place of humans also last longer. Dragonborns last longer. Dwarves last a long ass time. But it's kind of. So, my friends, in this sci-fi fantasy combination merged galaxy universe thing that I had to create, right, a long time ago, before I knew about elves or D&D, to be honest with you, I had to justify lifespan for a lot of my beings. And for humans, I took them as my basis, obviously. I bumped them up to about 200, theorizing that we would not be able to do space travel on generation ships. And those who did generation travels have landed elsewhere, and their lifespan is stunted because of that fact. Humans that you'll see here 99% of the time are, and for lack of a better term, a variant of the humans that we would know now. Is just a bit tougher version of it, is what I'm trying to say. And that, given with the lifespan of all the worlds that have happened, most all the intelligent life do last a little longer because of many reasons that I can't get into right this very second. Elves included. So I don't mean to upend your ideas of Branza. I want you to understand that Branza still, again, has lived the same life. It's just you know that you can take it. There's two different types of elves, and bear with me with this. There's the elf that takes every moment and runs with it, knowing that at the end they could stave off the end, because elves have been known to do that, push the boundaries of their limits. Or there are those that live with the breeze. They go with the flow, and they live their life simple and free and easy, without trying to carve a path, so to say, or make a splash in a turn. So, you get me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, because it is your character, and you can take that right and say, well, Branza actually doesn't last that long. Then that's gonna be that, but it's, again, up to you.
No, I'll just retcon his age. What'd you say 27 was for you? Like
about 300.
300? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be around there.
Yeah. So you could pick the number there, but generally you're around 27 is more like 300 early, 350 late. That's more like a 30 at that point, though, you know.
Yeah.
And again, I want that thought to be taken out of the mind, where like age does not define someone's maturity.
Yeah.
But it can. But yeah. Let us continue the game. After that tangent. How nice. Where were we? What were we doing? Branza, what are you doing? I mean, Philip, what are you doing? As you're now looking at the silent Branza interact with two different elves. Tren also looks around, bored.
I'm very confused.
Mm-hmm.
Because one, due to Bronze's powers, I don't notice that he cuts off, so I'm still talking inside of my head, and I've been having a full conversation to him, thinking that he's been hearing me. And then all of a sudden I look over, he's not paying attention to me at all, and all of a sudden this dog turns into an elf. I'm just a little confused.
Yeah.
So can I understand the elf that was a dog?
They're speaking in elf. No.
Well then, no. Okay. God, I wish I had that spell that lets me learn other languages.
Oh crap.
Soon.
How long have we been playing? I gotta reset that thing. Did we just get an addition?
Manny's here.
Manny!
He's muted.
That's fine.
Alright, I'm here.
Nice. I will stop the recording, and I'm gonna just restart it right now, if you guys don't mind.
Philip has been trying to get me to come to a house. We just got to the house I am now having a psychic conversation with them. While Philip is just listening to them speak Elvish and trying to have a conversation with me, and I'm not listening.
Oh yeah, I will say that technically Philip is a little also. Philip doesn't know how to feel because he pet the dog, thinking it was just a cute dog. So he's a little uneasy about that.
Is the dog, like psychic? Is he the
Well,
psychic?
the dog. No, we just found out that the dog was actually an elf. That was an elf that transformed into a dog.
They were trying to hide it, but I lied to them and made them think I could read minds, and so they just gave up the ruse.
Also, there's like people dragging other people into sewers and apparently turning them into Gygax or something. Not
Gygax?
Into like soldiers form. Also, we
soldiers.
wondering where Donkz is. We're like, is he on his own? Where'd he go? Do we need to go look for Donkz?
Wasn't my last movement last time was I was searching for something in the town?
Yeah. Okay. So, do me a favor, roll d6.
He's just gonna Kool-Aid man through the roof through the wall.
Yeah, probably.
6.
Oh, that's very good for you. Okay, so here's what happens, Donkz, because you kind of rush forward into towards the houses. What do you do? What's your first step? Because you see several avenues. You're met at a crossroads a bit. Let me get a perception check. This is obviously not at this time frame. This was before all of this stuff because Philip was still behind you. Just a perception check, please.
First, right? Perception check. Here we
Yes,
go.
please. Just a 1. Beautiful, beautiful. So, before you had any information of people being dragged into the sewers, you saw people escaping from the sewers. And when I say people, what I mean specifically is you see a group of individuals, along with a lot of the smaller goblins that you've seen before, but armored versions of these individuals may be larger than the goblins themselves. But you see some of them hop out of the sewer. It takes them a minute. They're dragging each other out, and they start heading towards what seems to be a very populated area of the city that you're in. And when I say populated, I mean populated in buildings and towers and more of larger structures. And while if you were to go to the straight north, you'd see houses and more of a rural location, more spread apart, and more of a homey feel where people would live. You can only tell, you can assume. To the northwest, there seems to be where the business occurs and where the banks would be, and where you'd find your mail or get someone to rent out a beast of burden for your farm, stuff like that.
The commercial area.
Yeah. Definitely more commercial than the houses. And then to just straight to the west is the road about 200 feet away where you see a bunch of individuals popping up. Now, it wouldn't be so much metagaming to say that things that live in sewers often snatch things from the towns they are living under. This could be easily derived for Donkz. So if that was your intent, yeah. But for now, you don't know that they're dragging people. At least not properly. Where do you go? What do you do?
They're just creepy people for now.
Yeah, there's just creepy people going to the town, probably going to start a mess. And in fact, you're already hearing in the town itself, the where the city's heart is. There's cracking of thunder already, very similar to the ones right behind you. As you're hearing also explosions from the towers themselves. Or you can head to the towers and help out with that.
True, I could help out with that. I just like the. I like to just dash, or I just get. Are they walking the guys who the goblin, the armored goblins?
Yeah, they're pulling each other out of the sewers now, and some of them are already heading towards the commercial area. Yeah,
But they're just walking, right? They're not.
they're not in a rush. No,
Rush.
they seem to be taking their time. They seem to be having a run of the place. There aren't many people around. You don't see people much more than somebody checking through the window to see if there are others passing by. There is someone that lagged behind and just walked into their house in the rural area. There are several beings over at the commercial areas, and the roofs themselves. They seem to be flashes. Seem to come off from them. You can only assume it's similar to what the weapon that you have, the Jezebel that you renamed to be George.
My anti-tank rifle.
Yeah, very similar to that is what you see
Yeah,
some
George,
people
it's
carrying.
George.
Yeah, it'd be north to the houses, northwest to the town proper, the center of the city. If you wanted to just interrupt the people coming from the sewers, west.
Well, I'd like to. They're walking at like 20 speed, so I'm just like not
Yeah.
run, but like trot over
They're 200 feet away.
enough for the. They're 200 feet away.
Yes.
I mean, they're like.
I'll tell you right now. You know that goblins outside of the city and goblins inside of the city is very different from goblins just outside of the city. These goblins having a strategic stance inside of the city could be very bad for the city.
All right, I just like to approach the goblins, but at a brisk pace. By that I mean I'm dashing towards the goblins.
Sure. Roll D100.
All right.
Oh, yeah. That's good. That's towards 100. Closer to 100, the better for you, right? Let me just roll a die. This has nothing to do with anything. It's just trying to figure out what happens proper for me. I like how that chord really helped you out and stopped it short to 17. Okay. I'll get back to you, Donkz.
All right.
If you don't mind.
It's fine.
Branza, you definitely get a bit of information from them. What are you trying to derive? What are we asking them? What's going on? How are? Because Phillip looks confused because he looked like he's looking towards you and then he's like, "Hey, what's going on with you? Why aren't you responding? Why aren't you looking at me anymore?" Probably. Kind of deal.
I want to ask. We just saw goblins taking people into the sewer outside. Are those the people who are going to be turned into Gygax?
As soon as you say that, no. And she's already out the door.
Who's already out the door?
The one who was a dog.
She couldn't hear me.
Oh, she can't hear you?
She's not the one I'm connected to.
Okay. This is interesting. She didn't hear you. He heard you. He's confused about that. Sewers. No. They said anybody in the inside homes are safe. They won't take anyone. They wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Would they?
Just
He
saw-
looks to the other lady. She looks confused.
Who knows more about this, you or her?
I know some. If
Who
you
knows
want
more?
information, please ask her. She knows.
All right, 1 second. Drop the link. Put a link on her.
Okay.
Asking her the same question.
What's the question?
We just saw people being dragged into the sewer by goblins. Is that people being turned into Gaiacs? Gaiacs.
There, after she was confused, she is gonna dart eyes straight at the one that you were talking to seconds ago, and she says, "Fool!" and she shoves you guys out of the way, and now she runs out the door. As she's running out the door, she literally gets to the door's threshold right before she's right there in the map. She says, "If you want help, you gotta follow." And she again turns into a dog.
Set up connection with Phillip. She's going to help them. Do you want to follow her? She said we can follow if we want to help.
Fuck it, ride! And I start chasing after her.
I'll grab Shren and follow as well.
Sure, nah, she's already behind you guys. I gotta roll for the guy. I want to see if he's brave enough. Right. So what are you guys doing? Are you guys gonna pave your own way? Are you gonna follow the dog that just rushed out?
I'm following the dog.
All right. You see them go straight to where the crossroads is. They make the right, which sends them to the what would have been the west road. And once they do arrive close enough, they are seeing a bit of a scene where you're seeing tracks of blood. You see that there was activity here for sure, and just now, as it stands, there isn't anyone, and the sewer gate itself seems to have been shut. But as this is the situation, may I have perception checks?
I see everything.
Or at least close enough. Because as you all arrive to...
More than ever.
as you all see gods arrive... No. You guys actually...
I realized that you were a part of a D&D online game.
We now see meta. But no, yeah, you guys arrive, and the dog does make it to the sewer crate, the sewer gate, whatever it's called. As they start sniffing around, they notice the blood first of all, but they also seem to be concerned about where people are. And as they're sniffing at the gate, they do seem to have intent. And just as that happens, you guys notice that there is a bit of a scuffle going on, where you see just right off the edge of the city proper, there is a large panther being smacking and slashing at a bunch of the entities, and he's not alone. He seems to be partnered with some individuals in accoutrement that to you guys blatantly is they're followers of Ayala's will. They're deep believers of Ayala. Their devotion goes so deep. They go against anything Adasor is, and this has been the parent thing since Adasor has arrived in port. But yeah, these people they generally don't like to announce themselves. But here in the underworld, you can kind of see that they seem to not worry so much about that, and they seem to wear their colors and their emblems just freely here, as they're helping out Donkz kill a couple goblins that were around. I'll take you guys there. To the sewer, specifically the drain. Yeah, I'll just take you to it, but there aren't enemies there at this junction, so don't believe your eyes. But Donkz, you're finishing up this battle as you're striking at this last goblin that snuck around, and for you, Donkz, you just pushed them away. They grabbed a bunch of people. A lot of them failed at taking people, but a lot of them got out of your eyesight. So you're not sure what happened to at least 3 different individuals that you know for sure were grabbed, and you don't see them anymore.
But I make a perception check, like using my ears and all that.
You don't need to make the perception check. I'm telling you, you don't see them. This is moments of you checking about. This is after you struck down the last of the, again, all these goblins. And give me 2 constitution saves, please, while we're at it. All these goblins have some effect, some degree of aura, this radiation that flies off of them. And again, it comes back to Ayala's curse.
Alright, so Raise doesn't help with con, so I'm just gonna roll 2, right?
Yes, please.
Alright. 1, 2.
Yeah, you're good.
That is an 11 nat 20.
Yeah. 11 is not enough for you to be affected by them themselves. This isn't a special mushroom thing. It's just back down to the regular DCs, and you are not at 11 yet.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. After you do go through with this, you do have 3 different individuals with you. One is a human, the other one is an so a lizard folk, and they are wearing Ayala's colors and Ayala's accoutrement. They look like a paladin of sorts. They are armored. And the other one is an elf, very short elf, like 3 feet tall. But yeah, they seem happy that they took out these goblins. They say specifically, one of them says, "See, Axel, easy enough, and they don't even affect us anymore as we're down here." You hear them speak common.
I like to approach them slow.
Yeah. You, Branza and Phillip, you guys arrive, having witnessed generally all this. You guys are right there at the sewer, and you see Donkz start talking to other people.
I'm not talking to him. I'm approaching them.
He approaches them, but they're talking to you. So, because as they actually do turn to you, and they're like, "Oh, wow, my friend, without your help, we would have possibly been in trouble." And he does look around. There are about 20 goblins that are on the ground.
I signal the fact that I'm deaf and that I look at 20 goblins.
Yeah, there's about like 20 of those goblins. that were around.
That are alive?
No, they're dead.
Oh,
That
no.
you took them out this entire time. You were fighting with these people, those goblins, and they're dead now.
So I signaled to the I signaled that the fact that I may be deaf. Can I convey that?
My friend, we're cursed. If you are you being infected at this moment? Oh my gosh, did we just mess up?
Oh, thank God! I'd say.
Oh, you frightened me. Alistair, you need to be more careful. Okay, fine, Sandy, fine.
You do need to be more careful. You're the one who started a conversation with me.
You have to excuse me. I don't see many individuals of your size and type.
You are excused. I have messed up far, far worse.
I don't see how that would be a problem so much for an individual with your prowess. But any way we could help?
And Branza and Phillip are outside the sewers, right? I'm in the sewers. You're outside the sewers?
I don't know. Let me get a perception check. Maybe let's see if you can see them.
That's persuasion. That's a 9?
Yeah, no, you don't see them.
Alright.
Yeah. You guys do see them. Do you guys approach them? Do you guys do anything?
Can I sneak up on Donkz?
Sure. It's about like 100 feet away. Make No, yeah. He won't be able to see you with that perception.
I have a passive wisdom of 14.
Yeah, but that 9, my friend.
Ah, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Now that. I'm blind as a bat right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I am in the sewers.
You're not in the sewer. You are outside, right at the edge of the city proper. You were pushing back the onslaught of the and this is what I love about D&D. So you were pushing back the onslaught of these goblins as they approached the city. They were already there, but a lot of them weren't. And as you arrive, you're driving a lot of them back. You were alone for a bit of it, only being covered by, I'll say, there was a mech that was around that you felt comfortable enough to like, okay, that thing could help because it's punching goblins. So you went next to it to help out. And yeah, it kept punching goblins till the goblins destroyed it. And then you were alone again until these 3 individuals showed up. These 3 individuals were your guys' very, very good roll. That was the random encounter from last time. I surmise that these individuals would show up during the battle. I didn't know where or when, but I had an idea where they would be, given the time frame and timeline of where you guys were. They would have been already inside of the city, and they would have definitely been helping out. So yeah, you guys just bumped into them right now. Your random encounter from a last game. It's these individuals. But yeah, you do not see your friends. But Phillip, what do you do? How do you sneak up to Donkz?
I sneak in the shadow, and thanks to the fact that there's such a height difference between Donkz and me, I literally, after I get like close enough, I just start hiding behind him, and every time he like slightly turns, I'm just moving with him to where I'm always behind him to the point where he can never see me, and I just am going to be there until Branza shows up.
Okay. Branza, how quick do you rush over?
I'll follow slowly. Can I go into stealth?
Yeah, of course. Be denying.
Can we both just like hide behind?
This
Yeah,
guy
so Donkz, let me get an insight check.
really should have the mask.
Yeah, you right now you would have just known.
Yeah, no.
Within 50 feet, you would have known immediately.
We both are just
that's a nat
hiding.
20?
Oh,
That is a nat 20. Okay. So, what are you talking to these individuals about?
I'm just talking like,
Hmm.
I gotta say, you guys were really helpful. Those goblins were a mess. I would have either gotten bad hurt, or I would have just died. I'm not good with swords mostly. You guys are a lifesaver, I have to say.
Yeah. They one of them presses their hand on you. Are you hurt at all? Have you taken any damage before this?
No.
No. Okay. So you were actually what's your total hit points?
56.
I'm glad it's more than 30 because you took 30 hit points total. But
During the battle?
yes, during the entire time you were being basically just an onslaught of little goblins trying to destroy you. But they
I
do
have that 30 damage.
no. I'm telling you, it's gonna be 30 total, but they're gonna heal you another 24 hit points. So they actually use magic to heal you, and as they're healing you, they're looking behind you, and they're looking at you, and the one who's doing this is Sandy, specifically the elf. She's very tiny, but she's looking behind you through your legs. She's like touching your calf a bit. You're very big. And you see Alistair also turning his head to look over behind you.
What are you looking at? I turn around, not seeing Phillip because of how large I am. And I assume that Phillip is just hiding behind me at all times.
No, yeah. Once you notice that there's something behind you, you notice them.
I turn around, see nothing.
For a second.
For a second.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, what are they looking at? And I turn back around,
Mm-hmm.
and I ask, what are you looking at?
And they point. They just point. They point at the guys, and once they get pointed, it's hard to stealth.
Or this stealth.
Yeah, no, you cannot. That's what I'm saying.
can I convince them to not point?
Nope, he had a 21 insight.
God dang it!
That's a natural 22.
I scare dogs. I just karate chop him.
Do you?
Him.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. The moment you do that, you see with quick precision the individual who was just standing there, the lizard folk, to be fair, they see you going for a quote unquote attack, but your intent isn't to hurt dogs. They don't know this.
Oh no.
And they strike you with a 23. May I get a con save?
Phillip, you're gonna be...
On.
Yeah. So you don't lose your reaction, but you still take what is that? 7 piercing and 6 lightning.
Seven piercing and 6 lightning. Jesus.
as this individual rushes. They lunge forward with this short sword. This sword is not long at all, but their reach is long enough, and you see their tail whip out the large lizard folk being that they are, and as their arm extends out, their sleeves seem shorter than they should be now. This individual definitely did not look as nimble and as long as they are, but in action, they move fluidly. Having struck you, they seem ready to go for another strike, but again, within rules, they cannot.
Well, also another thing.
Mhm.
So one of my effects is that whenever someone hits me with a melee thing, they take 1d4 electric damage.
Okay. Unfortunately, everyone in 5 feet of you takes 1d4 electric damage. Oh no, yours is electric. Only they do. Ha! Give them the 1d4.
All right. D4. He takes 1 damage.
What kind of damage you said?
Electric.
So the same exact damage that you just took, you basically just threw back at him.
Yes.
And he's like, ah! And he's, again, continues to get ready for another attack. Does anyone do anything? Does anyone jump in? Does anyone say anything?
I raised my hand and was like, whoa, what the fuck, buddy?
Who are you? Don't attack him. He's our friend.
Well, here's the thing, fuckboy. He was my friend first. Here's the thing, fuckboy.
He looks at the.
Fuckboy is how you make friends.
He looks at.
Yes, the most easiest way to have friends.
He looks at the chuckling Donkz. Is this true? An ally?
I just noticed this man, but yes, he is an ally.
He flips the sword to be parallel with his arm now, to no longer be extended towards anybody. He then tucks it away, and he gets in a much smaller position, just like he was before, seemingly crouch, almost as if they have a humpback. And then he does put his hands together. He does bow to you, Philip, and he says, "My apologies, friend. I didn't mean to attack in such a hasty way. I only meant to help out my new friend here. I never got your name, though."
The name is Philip Douglas Anderson.
He's looking at Donkz when he says that, actually.
I still say that. I say, my name is Philip Douglas Anderson. You ungrateful little bitch.
I figured you would say that.
Smack him in the back of the head.
He does say, "Great to meet you." And again, I am sorry. Philip. Dragonborn.
Yes.
Philip, don't be rude.
The guy just cut me.
I did
and
attack him.
You were sneaking up alongside, and we just came out of battle.
I should have known better. He didn't strike you as soon as he arrived.
Trust me, if I wanted to attack him, I literally would have just stabbed him. I can't do shit with just these puny fucking hands.
I've seen things do much with puny fucking hands. Yeah.
What?
Well,
He says he's seen things do much with puny fucking hands, is what he said.
I can't decide whether or not I like you or hate you. But for now, I like you.
Roll a d6. He reaches inside of his cloak. It's kind of this white ivory cloak that is splayed over. Specifically him. The rest of them do have more of um, the paladin look. He specifically does not have any metal armor on them, and they just have the cloak and this short sword that you noticed. But they do reach inside of their cloak itself, and they grab something, and then they bring it over to you. It's yeah. Roll a d100 for me.
All right. Bam.
Ooh, that's very nice. He offers you in his hand there are 3 very tiny little diamonds. And he says, "I can offer for the loss of blood reparations in the sort."
Bam.
Yeah,
This is definitely just a fair square deal, sir. This will definitely make up for the hospital bills.
yeah. He drops them into your claws. Yeah, you could put down that you have 30 gold worth of diamonds. They're worth 10 gold each.
We still need to find someone to sell this fake pipe of sewers to.
Maybe them. Anyways, what do you guys do as all this is happening? Branza, what do you do? You see an elf.
Since his insight matched my stealth, am I still in stealth, or does he see me?
No, once you get pointed out, you can't stealth. You can't hide if you're.
Okay, but that's what I'm wondering. Since we matched, who wins that?
So you were hiding. You were hidden.
Yeah.
But from Donkz. The other ones, they were confused as to why people were sneaking up behind Donkz, and that's what revealed you guys to Donkz. He didn't find you. It's more like, oh, it was obvious that there are people behind me now.
I was gonna try and mess with Donksz's mind. I'm gonna walk up and introduce myself. Could I tell that these are like devout followers of Ayla?
Yep. You can. They're blatantly wearing the symbol. The 2 armored ones do have pardon, how do you call it? The beads of Ayala, and at the end of the bead is a larger stone, usually green in color, to signify that you're a follower. But if you find the different colors, it could be considered to some degree a caste system, in a loose term. It's just, oh, you're not more important. It's just Ayala has favored you more in that kind of vein. But it
he's the favorite child.
well, yeah, because you see 2 of them with the green. You see the one with the lizard folk. He doesn't have the necklace itself, the same rosaries that they have. He has more a lapel of the green. Same kind of deal. It's just a different way to wear it. But you can see that the very short elf lady, the barely 4 foot tall elf person, they have the purple gem. Is a very small purple gem. You guys can make history checks to figure out what that means.
As a follower of the religion myself, I would like to greet them as a follower of the religion myself. Would there be like a certain religious greeting that I could make?
Yeah. It depends. You know there's multiple customs. you know that there's the overworld custom, and you've gotten a sense from your trips around port that the underworld customs are very different from the overworld customs. While in the overworld, someone who follows Ayala will be very quiet and be very secretive about it. They'd in fact mask it with another god or entity or esper in that degree to keep from others from witnessing you follow them in case there's ever a chance or a way that the Atasaur will come back and try to snuff out Ayala again. In fear of that, they created this. The underworld believers, they seem to praise Ayala up and down, left and right, without any inhibition.
Gotcha.
They would easily greet Rise with Ayala's son, or something to that degree. It sounds better when you speak it in Elven. So in Elven, it's just 2 syllables. In other languages, it obviously sounds stupid. So usually, if you're going to speak common to someone, you wouldn't give them the Ayala greeting. But most anybody who follows Ayala does know the greeting in Elvish.
I'll give it in Elvish.
Yeah. So you give her Rise with Ayala's son. And she says it back to you. She smiles. They all kind of perk up when they hear that. Even the lizard folk, he bows to you when he hears that as well. Seemingly he understands it. Yeah. Do you say anything else? Did you guys want to make those history checks? Branza, you know. But I'm not going to say anything until I see those history checks if they wanted to.
I'll make one.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
Yeah. Oh no, I wouldn't say you know nothing.
He knows
I
that
would
he
say
knows nothing.
you know nothing of this. I like how I am not even looking at where I'm at right now. Because right now, technically, we're just looking at a blank road street here. Where's the...
What's the edge of
There it is.
the
That's
city?
what it is.
Yes.
The edge, right? Yeah. May I get perception checks?
Sure. Come on, baby, roll good. Come on, baby, roll good.
Okay. Phillip, did you want to roll too?
I did. I got
I don't
16.
see you. Oh, you're stuck with that one. Oh, I couldn't see you. Oh, there you go. That's your name now. Okay. There you go. Boom. That's a 16. That's a 10. That's an... Okay, all right, great. Yeah. So you guys, see a couple things. First, well... yeah, I'm not even gonna worry about it. We'll just keep it theater to mind for now, and just, if we'll take you there, we take you there. You do see there seems to be, from what you guys have noticed, deep within the town, there seems to be embers where just recently Donkz was messing about. But what Donkz didn't seem to realize is that there are many mechanisms within the town. There seems to be a lot of activity, regardless with no people walking about. You guys are actually seeing robotic droids walk about humanoid in shape. They seem to just scan the areas, walk away, seem to be looking for threats. You guys also do witness from again the sewer itself. The grate opens up. You guys see a head pop out. They look around and then it closes. McClean, you notice that. And then Donkz, you see well, all of you guys see this. There is a very secular apartment, no, little cabin or house, or just in between that. While the town here is massive, towards the sewer, it becomes very bare and flat. Just north to the sewers itself, closest to the city, just northeast to it. To be fair, there is a little cabin there, and you guys watch as there's individuals rushing inside of it. There's one individual walking inside of it with a huge blue orb of just light. You guys see the just light coming from this area. That's the most obvious thing that you guys see. So again, I'll just repeat everything that I just said in a less convoluted way. To the west, you guys have the sewers that had popped out. To the east, you guys noticed that there was a lot of weaponry and mechanisms. In fact, there were even droids there that were helping out to fight against the goblins. Donkz, you noticed this. And then the most obvious part was there was a shine of bright light. It seemed to be brighter than the sun if it just appeared in front of you for 2 seconds and then disappeared. As the individual, this robotic individual, very different from the ones walking around in the city, walks inside and closes the door. You guys are talking to the believers of Ayala, to Alistair and Axel and Sandy, the small one, as you guys notice this. They also notice the lights. I'll just double check for them. They do, but they don't say anything. Do they say anything?
Do they?
One of them says, huh. But that's it. Sandy says that. No, she doesn't. It is Alistair who says it. He's the tallest one. So yeah, do you guys do anything about that? You guys continue on. Do you guys go to the town or the sewer?
Where's the dog lady?
Oh, I forgot about her. Would she have followed you guys?
Well, we were following her.
Yeah. And then she went up to the thing. And then you guys...
Did we go to help Donkz?
Yeah, you guys found Donkz. He was in the middle of a battle. Everybody rushed over. So she'd be with you guys, yeah. She's just there. I want to see if she sees the light. No. Yeah, what do you guys do?
I looked at the 3 that were with dogs. Look at the dog lady and I'm like, I believe, from what I've heard, some people are getting dragged into the sewers. That's not a good thing. I think most of us will agree, are we all in agreement that being dragged into the sewers by weird people and then being transformed into just a clone of some person. Not a really good thing. So I suggest we deal with that.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Alright.
I'm just now realizing we infected Dog Lady with the curse.
Did we?
We've definitely been talking around her, so there's no avoiding it.
Oh, no. Dog
Dies right in front of us.
Dog lady just dies.
She's like, what?
Good thing she's affected by the curse of Adisor. Seems. I don't know.
Yeah, she's looking around and she's like, oh wait, you guys are affected.
Oh, well, yeah, my esteemed friend Branza here did psychically tell that other old guy that we were infected.
Wait, does that mean I'm affected too? Phillip, you understand exactly what she says.
Oh, yeah, it definitely means, because I cannot speak Elven. I understand you right now. But, hey, good news, you didn't instantly die. Most people who get infected, from what I've seen, just start bleeding out of their ears and die.
You fool, that's only if they hear themselves. I'm... You must have affected me, and... This is weird. I should be in pain right now.
Well, we're infected. Do we look like we're in pain?
When you initially become infected, you can damage your own neural capacity by hearing your own voice. It's best to keep the person that's infected as quiet as long as possible. It takes about 24 hours, sometimes 2 hours, but some people are less lucky, and it could take a long while for them to get used to what they sound like. Cursed.
There's some very different times. 24 hours to 2 hours.
Everyone's different.
Well, hey, get used to it. You can understand every language now.
That's pretty good.
Already understood a couple. But thank you. Should we start heading down? We've been hanging around here. I would like more people to help, but the longer we wait, the longer the less of a chance we'll have finding anybody.
Phillip just looks around. Is everyone good? Anyone need anything? Before we head on down?
Axel, the individual that struck you, he says, if people are missing, we should go.
So, I look around. Is it literally just like the map where there's just like a sewer grate on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, I walk over to the sewer grate and try and lift it up.
Yeah. Let me get a strength check.
Alright.
I'd like to give him the
really
help action.
hope I don't embarrass myself in front of any of these people.
I'd like to give him the help action.
Sure, at advantage.
Where the heck is my strength? Let me see. No. Strength, I only get... God damn it. Why is it not...
We're still on combat music?
Yes, we do. Very epic.
Yeah.
Very intense lifting of the sewer grate.
Ooh. It's very good. Yeah, you lifted about like 2 inches, and then you have to let it go and just slaps back down with a hard thud. As it lands.
Does that do much to the fact that an ear is technically right next to it because of my hand ear?
No.
Okay. You feel like with a hand ear, it would take more thunder damage to things.
If you want to clap, yeah, you would. But you let go before the ringing got intense for your hand ear. That's a statement I just uttered. I said that. Those are words that I spoke. Mm-hmm.
Not the weirdest sentence I've heard or said.
I think it's one of my favorites, though.
After realizing I cannot try and impress everyone with my puny, weak fucking hands, I walk over and basically like tap Donkz in, like, you got this, buddy. And I walk over to the 3 worshippers of the lady.
Yeah. Well, they walk over to you guys actually, and then, yeah. Donkz, are you gonna try for this sewer grate?
Yep, I'm gonna try for the sewer grate.
Yeah. You wanna help again, McClean? Branza
100%. I'll lift with him.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's can I use athletics?
Sure.
Alright, so I do this with advantage, yeah?
Do you have advantage? Are you gonna rage? Oh, you have advantage already because you're being helped. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Do I have advantage?
Yes.
Alright. I got a 24.
Yep, you guys lift it. This sewer grate that's nearly your size.
My size?
Yep, nearly your size. Gets lifted by both you and Branza. You see Phillip massaging his fingers a bit. And he's like, so disappointed I couldn't lift that sewer grate. That is near double your size.
Yeah, I loosened it up for you. I loosened it up for you guys.
All right, there you go. I like that better, yeah.
I'm going to back him up. He really did. Really helped us out.
And while they're doing that, I kind of want to, like, take the worshippers of the lady aside, and I want to ask them how if they had to go through Exaltor's tower, if they had to deal with that asshole.
You're asking them if they had to deal with it?
Yeah, I'm asking if they had to go through him.
Yeah.
Because then that would mean that there's a different way into this place.
No, they'll tell you, yeah, you just have to give them your name. This
you
is...
didn't care at all that you were cursed.
No, as long as you're conscious and aware, anybody you curse, to ensure that they know to try to keep anybody else away from being cursed if they choose to not be cursed. You can only help as much as you can. Nobody can prevent it. That's how Adasor won a lot of whatever he won. But he still hasn't taken this. So, however much his curse has taken over, Adasor himself cannot.
Oh, I was under the impression that if we just were blabbing on, he was just going to come over and just kill us.
No, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. He did threaten our lives.
Entities under Gaiax's rule usually don't like the spreading of the curse. So yes, if someone is fragrantly, I don't even know if I said that word right. If someone's just blatantly infecting people, yeah, they're gonna get visited by a hunter. They're saying this as they're going inside.
Yeah.
yeah, they don't want to waste time.
That does not root well for my popularity with him. Man, I mean, I still am gonna keep on making fun of that dude's sign for the rest of time. But man, that's not gonna help my credit when in the potential I have to fight him.
You're speaking of Exotor?
Yes.
Oh,
Who else
yes.
could have made fun of?
The keeper of the tower. The keeper of the tower was a Silver Knight. They, like many of Gaiax's creatures, were converted in a time when they had no choice. But and again, as you guys are heading down the steps, you guys eventually reach something that looks like this, and she's giving you the information about how Gaiax has interacted before, and how just recently they've gotten these pamphlets that say all citizens of the of and again, it seems to be canned responses in a way, is like all citizens of, and then they insert the town there or the place that they're trying to interact with, and you can tell that it's very different because they have to have enough space for certain names. Specifically, Graenguana does barely fit the name on there, so it says all citizens of Graenguana stay inside or be converted to some degree, is what it says in many languages. You guys see it in Abyssal, you guys see it in Draconic, you guys see it in Goblin, you guys see it in Undercommon, you guys see it in many languages.
Wow, many languages.
This Gygax guy's a dick. Who the hell just goes around hurting people?
Gaiax. Yes.
Gaiax.
Yes.
I don't care.
Gax?
I'm never gonna say his name right. That's how I'm gonna make fun of him. Thank you. You've given me the perfect way to make fun of him. I'm just... even though I know how to pronounce it right.
Well, if you know his name, you might be able to stop him.
Wasn't his name like George or something like that?
And then we'll be able to stop him. But yeah, you guys do eventually reach here. And you come across what seems to be just and it takes you guys a bit of travel, because it seems that there's only one road from this sewer. It does fall into the grate itself, and there is a bit of a sewer, but just past that, you guys can see that it ropes around to an area. But you guys see what seems to be a gate, at least, in front of you guys, as you guys reach up there.
Very odd-looking sewers. Dusty.
Yeah, just a second. There it is. Okay.
Alright. Oh,
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys are walking down here. You guys see some columns as you guys rope around through here. May I get perception checks or investigation checks for anybody who wants to give a deep look. What just happened?
I'm interested. I see nothing.
What is going on here? Donkz, I'm trying to move your thing. Why are there so many of them? Why are there two?
Oh,
We don't.
I
There's
can't
three.
see.
Why are there
Oh,
so
on my
many?
screen, there's none.
Are you kidding me?
There seems to be none on my screen.
You're multiplying here.
Many.
There aren't any in your screen. That's what you're telling me.
There's 3.
You have 3 in your screen?
I have 3. No, I have 1.
Thank God. What about you, Donkz? What do you see?
Oh, I see. Investigation. Why is nothing loading for me? Investigation. That's just a 0, so straight roll. 12.
Yeah. So you guys notice from walking here, and once the columns started come into view, and the sewer was no longer in smelling space. You couldn't consume that hot garbage throat smell anymore. You didn't have the stench of dirty diaper in your nostrils. Once that dissipated, you guys started seeing that in the walls there's reliefs where it's showing you guys a scene. It shows you a light, a dark light that appears in the sky. It seems to be reminiscent to something of eclipse. The next one reveals to you a city, grand, something that looks very similar to what Imali looks, the largest city of Port. But not the same. Just close enough. In the next picture itself, the city, broken. 2 of the towers barely standing. After this, and it goes further down at the bottom of the curve, you see this part where you see machines meant to craft within. And then further down, up over in this corner, you see another relief showing you that of very specifically Ayala. And she's digging her hands inside of the ground. It seems like she's either digging up or she's digging in. You can't tell. And then the last 3 seem to be very faded. Neither of you can tell really what the last 3 reveal. But let's see if someone can. Oh, natural 20. You guys see as the individual who turned into a dog earlier, a canine, they're right over this right where the pots are specifically. Please let me do what I want to do on the thing. Okay, all right, whatever. I'll do it on this side. No, I can't do it on this side anyways, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I could have. No, I can't. Whatever. It's glitched out. Okay, yeah. So she walks over to where the fire, the embers are, right by that gate. You guys see a gate there, all the way at the left. But before that gate, she's looking at this relief, and those again. You guys can't really decipher what it's trying to reveal to you, but you see her eyes. First, it widened. Then, she specifically. It looks like she's in pain. But after looking at the last one, she nods. And then she looks to the gate. And then she's trying to figure the gate out now. Oop, that is good. Okay, so from what I'm seeing here, maybe there's a message. Okay, first the fall, then the digs, and then they bunkered. And here, look here. This is really hard to see, and she's pointing at the three reliefs you guys can't really tell, specifically the last one, the second to last one. Pardon. She says it's upside down or backwards. I can't tell. I can't tell. She's looking at the gate. She's confused.
How do we know it was upside down and backwards by also being front facing and upwards at the same time?
Are we looking at this a bit wrong? Going on here.
Oh, she's already right over there. Bam.
Yeah. The relief was right over here. The end of it. The last three of them.
Here?
Right where she is. Right where she is.
Alright. So could I make a little perception check? Nah, that wouldn't work.
No, actually, I want perception checks from everybody, actually.
I want to make a perception check just around the room, the entire room itself.
In fact, I don't need perception checks anymore. You said it. I'll give you the rest of the room right now because you did say that you're looking around the rest of the room. I just wanted to see if you guys were going to do it. And yeah, there is a lot more to the room.
Hey, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to the room. Could I inspect?
Yeah, it's just a larger empty room. And once you realize that these columns are not a wall, it was trying to hide from your view that there is more to this room. But yes, as you guys notice that these are just pillars, just larger pillars meant to obfuscate your sight. There's another gate here, and as the gate that this druid, for the lack of a better term, because you don't know if she is, but she did transform into a being, different animal. They are in front of a gate that is pearly white, and you guys have Donkz that just bumped into a gate that is onyx black.
I wonder which one tells the lies and which one tells the truth.
One of us speaks in riddles, the other in rhymes. I have a question. At the gate, can I see what's past the gate?
No. These gates are not see-through. Sorry. They're
Can I Arcana to see if they have any magical stuff to them?
Yeah. What are you trying to derive from that? Are you trying to if they have a magical lock or
that kind of? I'm wanting to know whether they would basically prevent me from going into my shadow form and then going through them.
Okay. One, you need at least a short rest, I believe, to get back your shadow form. Because you used it to get through the gate. But you cannot see a way through. If you cannot see a way through, you cannot cast your shadow past it. So as long as you can peer through it, and there's an axis from you here to them over there, even if it's paper thin, it doesn't matter. As long as you see it, you're good. If you don't see a way through, it would even be a hole made into the wall is all you would need, based off the limitations you've been messing around with your shadow claw.
You did use it. I look at everyone. I don't know what the hell to do.
I mean, I could put on my mask. That, like, I could put on my mask, and maybe that'll give us some insight.
Yeah.
But I put on the mask. If I were to put on my mask, you know, I'm gonna put on my mask. Would that give me any new information?
Okay, first I want to ask, do you accept the curse of the mask?
I accept the curse of the mask wholeheartedly.
Okay, yeah, so you have the mask on, you put it on, because you now want to have the mask on. You do know you can attempt to remove it at any point, but once you do put it on, you, yeah, let me get a perception check.
Perception check.
Yeah.
All right. That is a perception check. Nat 20.
Oh, beautiful. So you're seeing a whole lot, and in fact, what you don't see shows you more, because you can feel the concrete, but you don't feel much else behind the doors themselves. It's almost like there's empty space behind them. Like, it doesn't matter which door you go through, as long as you go through a door. There's not even a wall between the doors behind. Behind the rooms, keeping the rooms separate is what I mean. But that's not the part that interests you. What interests you is what gave away the absence. Was the true absence, the one you felt like closest to you, and is literally right behind you, and you kind of just look at the pillar, and you're kind of running your hands over it, and as you run your hands over the pillar right here, where there isn't much of a relief, and while there are pictures all over, up and down, all of this, sometimes they're just meant to depict one of the champions of Ayala. Sometimes is meant to show you a great boon that they explain in great detail. This is where you guys would actually find details when they're talking about magical items. They're very detailed about it, as long as it's something that they know would be perceived as a fairy tale. And to that degree, it kind of gives you some insight to what whoever was building this kind of had in mind. This place is meant to confuse you. Is meant to keep you away from its true goal. But and I just gotta double check right quick, because I don't want it to be like that. Yes, there we go. Perfect. So now that I've double checked it, yeah, you also see, whoa, wrong one. You also see that. Oh my gosh! It just wants to hide more. Please reveal.
The void is growing.
The void is growing. Chaos. Yeah, you see that there is clearly a room in the middle of this room. Within that room, you got a natural 20, right? Oh yeah, 24. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chest.
Do you have a blunt weapon?
Let me check. Do I have a blunt weapon?
Yeah. Something
let's
that
see. So I have
could
a
deliver
blade
bludgeoning damage.
to do bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
And my unarmed attacks are scratch attacks. So that's slashing. No, I don't.
Okay. So I'll say.
Hey,
I could attempt to punch
I'm
it.
back.
What's going on?
I was just saying, I'm back. My internet cut out for a minute.
Oh, good to have you back. We found the room in the middle of the room after Donkz put his mask on. And Donkz, you can tell that yeah, there's a chest in there. It may be of note. It may have something to do with the doors here. It may just be loot. But you can tell there's a room in there, and it seems to either be important or important enough to hide away loot. But yeah. Doesn't necessarily help you with the room, but you got more information from the mask. Branza, McClean, what all did you miss? What was the last thing you heard?
Honestly, it was just after we got into this big room, we had revealed the full. You would ask for perception checks, and then we revealed the full room.
Okay. So you heard the relief.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
There's a chest inside this wall here. You say that to the book. I have the information.
All right. Let me roll something. Shren says, "Let's get in there."
Phillip looks at Donkz, looks at the wall, and says, "Don't you have like a anti-tank rifle?"
It's completely jammed currently.
Shit. Wait, no, god dang it, I need a long rest.
Also, I'm gonna say the three folks of the Ayala's worshippers, they said we'll keep the sewer gate free from enemies or some other nonsense. I just don't want them in this.
I picked up a rifle and a handgun earlier.
And some weird, like, really bad-looking shield.
Yes, this silver crest moon shield.
God damn it, if I didn't use my shadow ability to get through the gate, I could have been able to crawl through this wall.
Can we see the other side of the wall?
I'm sorry?
Can we see the other side of the wall?
No.
He can just feel.
He feels empty space from there, yep.
Because he has his mask back and he gets the weird, like, tremor stuff.
Gotcha.
I walk up to Donkz. Well, we don't have explosives. I can't shadow through it.
Would I
The
check
only other
the soft
option we
spot
have
in
is
the wall?
literally just slowly rip the wall down.
I have a bludgeoning weapon. Who want to beat the wall?
Yeah, that could work. Does anyone have a hammer?
I mean, yeah, Kenny is a hammer.
Kenny is a hammer.
Kenny is a hammer.
Okay, hit that bitch.
I'm gonna swing fucking Kenny.
Swing Kenny. Where do you swing Kenny?
Oh no, you killed Kenny.
Where do y'all want me to swing Kenny at? Just the wall?
At the wall where Donkz said there was treasure behind. The weakest looking part of the wall.
With that perception of mine, that 24 perception, could I tell which part of the wall is the most weakest or would be more susceptible to crumbling?
You may make a new investigation check
Sure.
with advantage.
All right. Investigation advantage, that's a 16.
So, yeah, touching about on the doors, you can tell the walls. You can tell. Yeah, these seem to be wall bearing here by the column. Maybe over here. This is thinner. This is thinner on this side, on the most southern. If it would let me do anything, nope, it doesn't let me because I'm bad at my job. There. And then when you get to the easternmost wall, yeah, that's the spot right here. Probably furthest away from where the chest is, so like more to the south would be the best option. That's what you're seeing.
Yeah. Here?
Yeah.
I tell the Branza, all right, here it is. Give Kenny a go, will you?
I swing Kenny where he points.
Yeah, make an athletics check, please. Just a simple
Make a what?
athletics check.
Athletics check?
Yes, please.
Yeah. All right, give Kenny the beat.
All right.
Did it break down the wall?
No, it barely did anything. You guys see a bit of a mark?
Could you kindly give Kenny the bee for a little while? If that'll be alright. I asked Branza.
Sure. I'll hand over Kenny.
Alright, I'd like to use a rage.
Okay.
And that'll allow me to get advantage on strength rolls.
Okay.
We do all this and this chest is a goddamn mimic.
That'll be funny.
Strangle that mimic.
And I roll a 15. Great. That's still not good.
A large crack appears on the wall, but it still stands.
One last time, baby.
Not Branza, Donkz. I keep on getting confused. I don't know how I keep on doing this. One of you is literally like this, like one of you is literally like this, the size of two of me. Anyway, that does not matter. Donkz, I give you a song to help you break through this goddamn wall, and I pull out my flute and I give Donkz bardic inspiration. So you get a D8 that you can add to any roll.
I'd like to do it once. Can I roll again in athletics?
Roll the d8.
First?
Roll the d8, yeah.
Well, it says the creature can wait until after it rolls a d20 before deciding to use the Bardic Inspiration die, but must decide before the DM says whether the roll succeeds or fails.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to see the D8.
Right, I'm gonna roll the D8 and then roll another athletics. Is that alright, Mr. DM?
No, I just want to see the D8.
Alright. That's a 2.
All right. So you get this inspiration, and yeah, you start delivering a harder blow as you're cracking at it, and your third swing in, fourth swing in, fifth swing in, and you're cracking at this wall, and while there is a bit of a relief on there, it seems to just be like a holder place relief. It's just like, here's a bullshit relief that you won't know if it's important or not until... No, actually, yeah, it's the way through. It's the way through. As you're actually with your I want to say like your 10th attempt, you've already cracked in a decent enough hole, and once that hole came through, once you actually breached through it with the hammer, it kind of just crumbled in place. It's and dusted itself out of your positioning, almost creating a doorway as it apparently the wall even knew its position as a doorway appears. Yeah. You crack through in about 3 minutes. Yeah, doesn't take you long.
I walk through and I say, "Oh yeah,
Power of a flute, baby!"
I'm a flute, baby.
I really hope I don't need to give anyone else Bardic Inspiration. I'm running low on all of my cool special abilities.
Is Kenny alright? Is he badly damaged, or is he just still working?
Undented.
Undented. I give Kenny back to Branza.
Immaculate. This hammer arrives to you.
Yeah,
Kenny did good.
Kenny, did you have a good time with Donkz?
Doesn't say anything.
My hammer doesn't say anything?
He doesn't say anything.
Did I hurt Kenny's feelings by turning away?
You want to make an insight check? Is that disadvantage on a weapon?
Wait, but
Alright,
can't I hear my weapons?
You can, but it's just not saying anything.
I'm gonna make an insight check.
Yeah, disadvantage.
15.
No, they're just quiet.
15? Is he like giving him angst? What's going on?
No, it's just... You can... So, in this world, in many worlds, sometimes you hear things that are there. Sometimes you hear things that aren't. But of the times where they are there, those things that do talk, they don't always talk. In fact, they seldom talk. In times of importance, do they talk? You can assume. No, I'd say it'd be a pretty great guess in Bronze's part for them to know or believe that you heard what you needed to hear from them at the right time, and it may cost them something to speak. So it could be that they're shy, or it could be that there's something more to it. But from that insight, you don't believe it's any offense that was taken from like your part by handing out the weapon or some other nonsense like that. They just seem unresponsive at the moment. Either they can't, or they chose not to.
Clearly, this chest isn't a mimic.
Okay.
Yeah, do you open the chest? Would you like to
Wait for
investigate
everyone.
it for traps? Would you like to check if the thing itself is a trap?
That is true. I'd like to make a perception check to that.
Okay. First of all, I do want to show you guys this thing. I want to show you guys what was there. Cause it's funny. Cause you see that,
What the
right?
fuck is
Yeah,
that?
yeah. But here's the funny part that this doesn't exist here. Okay?
What?
It doesn't exist here. The chest is a regular mundane chest. You find that out. But Agonizer, when you mentioned the mimic, I'm like, the mimic was there the entire time, but it is not in this time frame. So I find that shit hilarious, and I have to mention it. I'm sorry, I have to mention it that this mimic exists, but not in this timeline, not in this time position where we're at right now.
So like Schrodinger's cat, but like.
No, this
interdimensional.
His other campaign,
Interdimensional phase mimic.
it existed only in the future.
Yeah, he's saying in the other campaign, which we cause things to happen in the other campaign, it is a mimic there.
Yeah. So after you guys mess around with this, whoever was here is gonna fix the problems that you guys made. And there's now going to be a mimic there after you guys interact with this. And as you open this chest, you do see that there are two levers. They both have handles. One is an ivory end, the one onto the left, and the one to the right is an onyx ball. And they both seem to be in a position closest to you. It seems that you need only to push it, and it probably revealed probably open the gates for you. You can only assume. You may make intelligence checks to decipher specifically what works for what, or if it'll do what.
All right. So these are oars, right?
No, these are handles. They're handles, and
They're handles.
the very ends are like balls. These are like oh, wow. Pardon me. I do need water, but I have none next to me. But what I mean is they're small. Like they're just handles, and the ball of each of the handles, the very end, on the right end, the one to the right is an onyx one, and the one to the left is ivory, and they're both just like balls, tiny little balls, and the rest is just to the. Pardon me, the lever.
All right.
Did you guys want to shift one or two, or again, you guys could make the intelligence checks. It'd just be straight up intelligence.
I give these two things to Branza. He'll figure it out. He's the smart one in this group, I think.
Well, yeah, they're inside of the chest.
Yeah, the things.
Yeah, they're just inside of the chest. The lever seems to be the chest, like the mechanism itself.
We don't let Branza think of what to do here because I am not the smart one here.
Okay, you don't want to pull one? I mean, push one, or both?
I don't want to pull one and it ends up being the lever being the mimic.
I don't know. No, the mimic doesn't exist. I mean, Donkz doesn't know this, but yeah, the mimic's not gonna happen.
As of right
In
now,
this
the
universe,
mimic will exist, but it will never exist for us. It will exist for the people in the future as a result of us moving this chest, giving a place for a mimic to come and live where this chest once resided.
what are you talking about? Uh,
The fear.
and he's talking about he's talking about theoretical physics over here, and I'm just confused. Branza, get in here. I don't understand I don't understand the basic level. Could you help us out here? That's Branza.
Yeah, I also called Branza over to get him in here.
Yeah, I'm assuming everybody's in there.
Yeah, I'm coming in. I'm coming to help out. What do you need me for?
You're
What's going on?
smart. Figure this shit out.
You see one handle with the ivory end. You see the other one with the onyx ball.
What
at the
does
end.
that other chest? What does the chest look like though? Like what material is the chest?
The chest seems to be metallic, ingrained into the ground itself, oddly, and you can tell why now that it's open. Because you see mechanisms inside of it. There's a lever within it, and again, the whole case of it, the entirety of it, is iron, and is locked in place. The only thing that wasn't locked in place was the part to open it, the literal top. And then you see these two levers. They're both pointed at you, so you need only push one or both. And the one to the right is black, and the one to the left is white.
Now, Mr. DM, I have a little question.
Yes.
Phillip essentially has positioned himself behind Branza why he's doing this, and I confirmed with Mr. Liam that he's okay with me doing this. Phillip is going to try and... He heard that Branza got a weapon while in one of the towers. So Phillip wants that weapon. So Phillip is going to try and steal that weapon from Branza using sleight of hand.
All right. This weapon is about.
It's the icy pistol.
Oh, the tiny one. All right. Yeah. Branza, did you reveal this pistol at all?
He said he had it. That's the only thing I heard about it.
So you'd have to make an investigation check to find out with a very big sneak.
McClean is now non-existent.
Oh, McClean's gone?
I
Okay.
don't know.
The internet got messed up. But no, yeah. What's the intent here? Just to take the gun?
Just to take the gun.
Okay.
Gun.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna allow it. Neither one of you are proficient with it. Make your roll. Make the sneak. Roll really high.
Hey, I'm back. What's happening?
Shit.
There's a gun, I think.
You saw nothing?
No, I need to roll stealth.
My internet cut out for another minute before that.
Yeah, we didn't do much. We were still talking about the ivory handle, and now we're trying to rob you.
Now we're trying to what?
Now we're trying to rob you.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to rob you of your gun.
Yeah.
Wait, he has a gun?
Which I generally don't allow theft amongst players because under the assumption you guys know each other's mannerisms enough, but neither one of you proficient with the weapons.
I made it clear.
He asked me beforehand, and I said it was okay if we tried.
Yeah, and I guess since neither one of you guys are proficient with the weapon, it don't matter who's gonna break him anyways. When they blow up in front of your hands, you know, like let's put it this way: Donkz was lucky when his jam of Jezebel, a very particularly powerful weapon, didn't blow up in front of him. So yeah.
How hard is it to use a pistol?
Well, you'd be doing it at disadvantage until you have 50 hours of proficiency, or pistol. Yeah, you don't need anything other than the 50 hours of proficiency at least to remove the disadvantage. But yes, I would need that stealth check. It needs to be a stealth check to see if you could get away without him knowing.
It could be a sleight of hand.
Okay. Yeah. You can make an investigation check. And
I will find the gun.
Yeah, because you have to locate it first because you can't just.
Okay. I know exactly where it is.
Okay, so here's what happens. You make it clear to Branza that you're looking at him or something. So, Branza, may I get an insight?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I roll perception when he's trying to steal it to see if I notice him trying to steal
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not stealing it.
No, he's not
just
yet.
Borrowing it without your consent.
Roll.
Okay. So yeah, Philip's just weird. Maybe he just wants you to solve this puzzle. Philip, you see a chance. It's a difficult one right now, but you've located it. You could wait for a better position, a better time to steal it. Now that you know where it is, well, you can take a chance now.
It's in my tunic pocket.
It's in your tunic pocket.
What's it gonna be?
I've never been one for waiting. God damn it.
Perception check. Branza, please.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I just want.
How does it look like? Philip,
He would still beat it if he had a bardic inspiration.
what's it look like? You getting caught here?
Am I
couple of modifiers.
describing this?
Well, Philip's gonna describe his part. What is he gonna do? Like, how's he coming
I'm
at this?
essentially just going to try and sneakily reach for it, without realizing that I may have overshot the fact that me reaching for it will require me to just stretch out in such an awkward manner that it becomes really too obvious that I'm trying to just take something from him.
Right? Yeah. Branza, what do you see? What do you do?
I'm just gonna really slowly sidestep
Hmm.
and then deliberately take the gun out of my pocket and put it on the other side. And then I'm gonna step back to where I was before I sidestep.
All right, there we go.
I'm going to brush off that bit where he had it, and I'm going to lie to him and say, you had a bit of shrapnel just right there from your little escapade. Yeah. I'm just gonna I'm literally just lying to cover it up.
Yeah.
That's gotta be a deception check right there.
No need. That's a true lie.
That's a true lie.
It's a
I
true-
believe.
You believe that true to be a lie.
Oh, I believe that to be a lie.
That is a bullshit lie. Yeah, you saw him because there's no hiding. You can't deception your way out of, I wasn't trying to steal your gold that I have in my hand,
Philip,
Dang it! I was
wasn't-
really
I
hoping
wasn't
I
gonna
could
say anything. I wasn't going to say anything, Philip, and just let the matter drop. You could not have been more obvious about trying to steal the gun.
I'm just
Well,
very
sorry.
much giggling.
I want a fucking gun, okay?
I was trying for it not to be awkward. You made it awkward.
Says the one who awkwardly walked away and then deliberately made it more awkward by taking the gun out of your pocket and then putting it into your other pocket and then stepping back.
I didn't say anything. I just let the matter drop.
Why is not dropping it?
Ooh, that's my full.
Look. You want a gun?
Yes.
You could have asked for it.
Okay, and
I picked up 2 guns.
He has 2 guns.
listen, okay, from what I've seen, people aren't really keen on departing from their guns.
It's
Plus, I wanted to do this cool. I was formulating a thing in my head. I wanted to be cool, take the gun, and then do like some cool badass shit where like you're sitting there, where everyone's sitting there, and then all of a sudden I fire the gun.
You know what? Fuck
They
it.
ruin it.
Here's your pity gun. I'll hand him the pistol. I'll gingerly hand him the. Here's your pity gun.
I'm
Have fun.
just watching this.
Alright.
That's not gonna be as cool.
That's the point. It's a pity gun.
The gun looks pretty cool. It looks kind of sci-fi.
Yeah, the
It
gun
does
looks
okay,
awesome.
But the way he got it is
Yeah.
Is there ammo for it?
Imagine there's only one bullet.
It has a clip.
Okay. It has that weird, like, ice stuff on the barrel.
Yes.
Are there stats for this weapon?
There are. I'll send that to you later. Because I have not written them
I'll
down.
pull out my
For you.
ice rifle and be like, who has the bigger gun now, bitch?
Technically still Jezebel.
I technically still have that Jezebel. I have Gorge.
That's fair. But I did give that to you.
At least I'm not
You did give
fucking
that.
moron.
Branza's an arms dealer. What the hell?
Branza the arms dealer. He's gonna get arrested in 50 countries at the very least.
I'm gonna pull the onyx lever and just see what it does.
Okay. You hear a door shift. Alright, nice! You got one! Is what you hear.
Who said that?
You can only assume it was the lady that shifted.
Is Shren with us? Where's Shren?
She's with you. She's out there.
Did she see this entire encounter happen?
No, she was with the other lady.
Okay, I'm gonna push the onyx lever back, and I'm gonna pull the Oprah lever.
What the? It's going down! You actually hear a very slow descent back down.
Okay. Do I hear anything when I pull the ivory lever?
Yeah, you hear an opening again. Now the other one's open. She goes back. Hey, where did Shren go?
Alright, I'll pull the onyx
see her.
lever again.
Why she
Shren
disappeared to me?
Shren has become dust.
Make them both pull onyx and ivory.
So you want them both to be away from you.
I want them both
Open.
to have been in the opposite position in which they started in.
Yeah. Okay, so you hear the other door slightly open, but it was already mostly open, so you don't hear much of that one. You just hear and then you hear the rest of the other one because it still had a little bit. Because you did it all in a bit. But yeah. Alright. They're both open.
Can I try and open the chest now?
The chest is open. You're moving the levers inside of the chest.
Oh, I thought they were on the sides of the chest. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. The chest is completely empty other than a bunch of mechanisms inside and those two levers, which are now farthest away from you.
Got
Hmm.
Yeah. Philip, as you get there, you do see the gate open. And through that door, you just see uh, uh, how do you say it? You see a pit of an entrance to a cavern. Um, it'd be a hard climb down. It'd be a very steep climb down if you were to shimmy around the walls to it. But it seems to just be like, hey, throw yourselves in, I guess. But it leads you to a pit. The lady who was a dog again, she's just like, what's going on here? As she's at the other door. Yeah.
I walk over to see what's going on there.
You see just black empty space. It's completely dark, nothing in there. From what you can tell. It seems to not be dark and shadow. It just seems to be empty, and there just happens to be no wall or no end or no anything there. It's just empty.
Okay. I go back to the others. Okay, so we got one thing that's leading to literally just emptiness. The other is leading to like a downwards pit that looks really difficult to climb.
But at least there was light.
Yeah, there was light. Nah. What? Shall we? Does it even look like we can go into the thing that's literally just nothingness?
Doesn't seem impossible. It'd be very hard to get in there without knowing how to fly, but the same could be said about the other one.
Does anyone here know how to fly?
Or fall with grace.
Fly a ship?
I know how to fall.
With grace?
Cool, me too. Everyone knows how to fall.
Flying creatures don't generally know how to fall.
Oh, they fall more than you think.
They literally... I'm only waving around my gun like, they literally have to fall in order to be able to go to the ground.
That's called diving. Or landing.
It's not called diving.
Yeah, when a bird dives, or when a bird goes down, it's diving.
I don't mean when they, like, skydive into the ground to just, like, scoop up worms. I mean when they, like, loses control and then falls, but then gets control back. Or in that moment where it's, like, shot by a hunter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say, this entire time, I'm waving the gun around in the most irresponsible manners possible.
May I ask, are you practicing trigger discipline?
I do not have my hand on the trigger.
That's all I wanted to know.
Philip's not that stupid.
Just
He'll
checking.
wave the gun around and basically point it at his face a lot.
You have a crossbow. I believe you. Yeah.
You'd never want to do anything that could potentially damage his beautiful face.
Listen, all I want to know is if you had trigger discipline or not, and you got it. Done and done.
All I want to
safety
know
on these guns
is how bad it hurts him when he fires the gun next to the hand on next to the ear of his hand.
Do you check the gun to see if it has it?
Can I check the gun?
Yeah. You have to make an investigation, but that'd be like stopping in the middle of this conversation. Like just straight
I'll do
saying,
that later.
there, we need to find a way out, or whatever we were talking about 2 seconds ago, and then you just stop to look at the gun. Yeah, we're talking about falling or something. As you're waving the hand around, and then you're just looking at the gun. That's the kind of scenario I'm talking about. Would you have done that? Is what I mean.
Philip's gonna like that.
Yeah.
He'll look at it later when he has time to inspect the marble that is his new gun.
Sounds great. So for now, what do we do?
Can I look to see if there's any rocks, like little pebbles around?
Yeah, there's a plethora of them.
Okay, I grab like a small handful of rocks and then I throw it into the room that's just nothingness.
Okay. Roll a d20 for me, please.
Bam.
Okay, yeah.
16.
So you fling it pretty far, and then you hear, and then you hear something again, and it sounds very similar but different. Then it comes again, but this time it just sounds a little fast. And then you realize what's happening. Make perception check.
For perception.
So it's hard to determine where it is, because you're looking for where it landed, or if it even landed. And yeah, you're not seeing it, but you're seeing something. There's something in the corner of your eye that's continuously bothering you. So then you try to follow it, or more, you try to look right next to where it is, so that you don't see it, but you see its blur at least. And as you do that, you start noticing that one pebble you have thrown in there isn't landed or floating. It's continuously being sent from, as soon as it goes down, it falls from wherever up is, and it falls in your view again in a faster mode, and then it goes faster, and it just continuously falls faster in place in that room where it exists. To a degree. It's falling within that barrier.
So it's falling.
So
and then,
so currently Philip just threw one rock, and then he's like, whoa.
Ooh.
But yeah, you may divulge that information that you learned. You may throw more rocks in there so you could show them, so they could see it properly. But yeah, you can tell that whatever falls in here is gonna come back from the top, and faster than the last time.
So it's like a portal.
Exactly.
It's that one thing I do in Portal where I get 10 times faster each time.
Exactly that.
Can I see if there's do we have any... Hold on, let me check my inventory. So if I have any sort of forge, I want to see if I can throw the torch as hard as I can to see if there's anything farther out in this pit.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna create a wall of fire.
Yeah. So you want to use a torch and toss it in there?
Yes, but as far as I can to see if anything's even close to the other side.
Okay, roll a d20 again.
I really hope I don't get like a 1. I get a 4.
So you throw it, but as you try to fling it, you realize momentum may not be the same here, but it's already too late, and you already kind of just flung it in there, like with a backhand. And as you did that, you kind of actually throw it to the side a bit, and you see as it falls, and then it does come back from the top, falling. But as it starts breaking speeds, it falls a second time, the third time, the fourth time. The fire is getting dimmer and thinner. It seems to form a line until snuffs out. The torch itself, just a blur now, next to the door, just making that constant noise, near imperceptible how fast it's going at the moment.
I feel like we really shouldn't go anywhere near it anymore. I believe that will kill a man.
Well, I'm stumped. I was really hoping I could just throw it all the way onto the other side, because then my idea was, if there's something over there on the other side, then all we would have to do, I don't know if this is the way it works, but potentially, after a few more testing, we could see if we angle it, and then just keep on using the fact that that those things, since rocks can't, like, move since they're not living, since we're living things, we'd have the ability to alter our direction why we keep on falling and falling. So given enough time, we'd be able to slowly make our way over to the other side, but we'd have to do it really fast, that way, even if we make it to the other side, we don't just, like, hit the other side at the speed of sound. But I'm not even going to risk it, because I have no clue if there's another side. So I suggest we go to the other door where we can actually see a bit of light.
And as you say that, you do notice that there are embers lit in front of this door. But this door, through it, there is a perceptible amount of lack of light there.
A perceptible amount of lack of light?
Yeah, you can see inside of it, but you're not seeing a room, you're seeing space. It's hard for me to describe how dark matter could be noticed by our puny eyes, but
I got cat eyes, I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Cats can see everything, as we all know. They can see through walls.
Yeah. But you don't even have dark vision.
What are you talking about? I'm a cat.
So yeah, on the opposite end of that, you do notice that the other door doesn't have any kind of point or reference or notation that gives or alludes to it being important. While this door, which leads to this abominable pit of despair. For all you know, well, this seems like the trap. It's clear as day. You're seeing this pebble fly. You don't hear it, but the torch right there next to you is whizzing by and is only getting faster. And you don't know how you can perceive that. You don't know how you know it's getting faster. And I'm like, okay, what does faster look like? And like, you could barely see it. The lady who turned into a dog, she says, "Should I go in?"
I'd say no. I feel like, here's a thought, we send in whoever should be the strongest one of us here. I look at Donkz.
Yes?
We send you in because you can take a hit. And if the thing goes wrong, then we all rush in.
If something goes wrong, we all rush in?
If nothing goes wrong, I think that's...
Well, no, I mean if something goes wrong to the point where we need to go and save Donkz. We don't want to just leave Donkz hanging. But, like, if nothing happens, then we all go in. If something happens and Donkz can handle it, we let him handle it. But if something happens and Donkz gets in trouble, then we all rush in and help Donkz.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I just jump in?
I only suggested myself because I can turn into a small bird.
That actually sounds good.
That's way more useful. We've literally been dealing with a pit that's with a constant, never-ending hit. And I literally was trying and see if there was something on the other side.
You see, but
Okay.
you raise my concern now because you mentioned strength, and that I sorely lack.
I mean, that is true. However, depending on if there's even stuff on the other side, if there's nothing over there, then you can just come back and say there's nothing over there. If there's something over there, then just don't go all the way over there.
Should we maybe see what the other pit acts like?
Sure.
And
That's all.
maybe eliminate that as an option first?
Sure, and I grab a rock and I throw a rock into the other pit.
You hear until it disappears out of sound. But it falls into the pit. It's a pretty
That's
deep
a training
incline from what you can tell, but yeah, about like a good 80-degree incline from where you can see it begins. And that's for at least 300 meters.
I should have rope, and I think I have rope. I'm gonna tie. I don't know. I should have rope in my explorer's pack. I'm gonna tie one end of my rope around my waist and hand Phillip the other end.
should tie this to something. You were making a very bad decision giving me this end.
Give it to Donkz then.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I literally have described multiple times how I have bitch hands that are incredibly weak.
Yeah, I don't want to give your ear rope burn.
Rope.
I just remembered the ear hair.
God, what's it gonna be like when he shoots the gun?
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! I don't think you can wield the gun anymore.
He's gonna take more
Hey,
damage than
I have
additional
two hands.
every shot.
I have two hands.
How are you gonna
As
cover
long
your
as I don't
ears?
specifically learn how to use the gun in my ear hand, then I should be good.
Ear hand. Ugh.
Donkz, come, hold me. Don't hold me.
Hold him.
Tie the rope to yourself and like belay me down this pit.
All right.
Hold him.
I tied the rope to myself, and
Now, I only have about 25 feet of rope.
I have more rope. I tie more rope on. You have 25 feet. I think I have more. Let me check. I have
rope?
like 10. I have 10 to 50 feet of hempen rope, I do believe.
I do not have rope.
Shren has some rope.
Considering
Alright, so
we're
I
tying,
have 50 feet of rope, I do believe.
we need to figure out like
Tie the lightest. Who's the lightest person here?
not you.
Are you calling me fat?
Yes.
Your scales weigh a fuck ton, buddy.
She says
I
the
think the
person carrying
average
some
weighs
weird.
like 300
You're
pounds.
literally carrying a hammer and some weird messed up shield.
I think the average Dragonborn weighs like 300 pounds.
If they're
No one
big,
said I
yeah,
was never
yeah.
average built, my boy.
Philip's probably smaller than that. Not as heavier. That's what I'm trying to say. But you aren't light, Philip.
Yeah, but he's also carrying a hammer and a weird shield.
His equipment weighs more than him, I think. For Branza, I mean.
I weigh 137 pounds.
Just about them.
I'm carrying a bow, a rifle, and a fuck you hammer.
How are you
And-
carrying all this?
I have some of it strapped to my back, and some of it just in my backpack.
Oh no! I know how you're doing it. I'm just asking how.
The bow I have slung over my body.
The what?
My bow I have slung over my body,
Oh, okay.
or like the wood part is across my chest, and the string is over my back.
Where's your claw?
My claw.
Mm.
I imagine it's it's hanging like from a carabiner on my backpack.
Is it?
Is it? A Caribbean?
Is it displayed?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Also, everybody does see how there's like a shriveled dragon claw with white fur on it.
Yeah.
On your pack. Okay.
It's never been hidden.
All right.
But yeah, to Philip's point, I am carrying a fuck ton.
That is right. I mean, I weigh I don't have a lot of stuff. I should be the one. I mean, I'm only 200 pounds.
Yeah, but you're also the largest, which means we're gonna have a harder time like leveraging you.
Yes. So, Donks, I do apologize because I was looking at the stats I sent for your type of character, but I didn't give you the full things for the large beings. You give people behind you 2 AC for one. You have a reach of 10 feet. That's it. That's
I
all
have
it
a,
is.
I have a reach of 10 feet.
Yes, you natural reach of 10 feet.
That could have helped me a lot.
Yeah, I know. I forgot. Yes.
I have a natural reach of 10 feet,
Yes.
and what else?
That's it. That's all it is. You give 2 AC to
Alright.
anybody using you as cover.
And I give
I've
2
used that
AC.
part of them before.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Donks?
I have 2 AC. Alright.
No. You give 2 AC to anybody using you as cover.
From a human shield.
You are a human shield. Or,
Well,
alright.
whatever you are. You're that kind of shield. You're a meat shield. That's the better.
you are
that's
definitely a meat shield.
all-encompassing meat shield.
Well, I'm not a human, so it is a meat shield.
Yeah.
But what about the plant people, huh? You
Plant
gotta
shield?
be inclusive, my guy.
But I was meat was
I will
the most
burn this
I
campaign.
thought I could get.
Burn it. I can't believe how sensitive meat shield is to plant people.
We'll find a plant person, then let them complain.
Alright.
Find a plant person and get down one of these pits.
All right, lower me down, Donks. Lower me down into the pit.
Which pit?
Alright.
Not the
The
one
black
that
pit or the white pit?
petrol motion machine.
Oh, okay.
Not
The regular pit.
the regular pit.
Okay. Yeah. So
Although I
yeah,
guess if I'm tied to a rope in the perpetual motion machine, he could pull me out.
Or I just see you back. I just look up and I see you.
you have rope in your hand. Which one you going down?
I'm going down the one that was a pit.
With the one where the rocks actually fell.
Yes.
Got it. So going down this, if you have the full combination rope of Shren, Donks, and yourself, you'd have enough rope. But I want to know who's tying the rope.
Which
I'll
one
tell-
of us is good at rope? Which one of us went to Boy Scout? Who's a Boy Scout here?
I've got a pretty good survival check. I think.
Make a sleight of hand to bind some ropes, please.
Does anyone else have good dex or sleight of hand?
No.
You're the Dex king over here.
What's your sleight of hand? Phillip?
Let
I
me
have a
let me hear
plus
let me
one
hear that in
sleight of
character. What does that sound like in character?
How
Phillip,
good are your hands?
did you go to? Are you
How
good
good
with
are
your
your-
hands?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Depends. Really does depend on what you're talking about. And I also have my days. Some days I'm good at tying knots. Some days I'm not good at tying knots.
I'd say I'm not the best, but I'm above average.
Oh. Who here? So, what's your sleight of hand, Mr. Branza?
All right, before we go heavy metagaming, let's tie some rope.
Like some rope?
Yeah, who's gonna do it?
23.
Boom. Tie it
You know,
real
plus
nice,
5.
secure. You used all the space, all the rope that you have to your advantage. Making as much as a lengthy rope you could make. And once you tie it on yourself and ensure it's tied on Donkz, is it tied on Donkz on the other end? That's what we decided on, right, Donkz? You tied it on yourself,
we tied
and you'll lapel them down. Yeah. Um, at this junction, the druid who she's flustered and she wants to move on, but she's sees that you guys know what you're doing, or at least she thinks that you know what you're doing, and to some degree, you guys allude to the idea that you guys know what you're doing. You guys didn't throw yourselves willy nilly into the other pit. She thought maybe flying would help, but checking with a pebble. Look at that. You guys are smart. You're going down multiple ropes, tied really well down this crevasse, and as you're jumping down on into the pit, Branza, may I have, either athletics or acrobatics? To be honest with you, works for me.
I'll go acrobatics.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah, 17 is great. Because you're kind of just throwing yourself on the angles, wall running to a degree. Once you kind of stepped over to a bit of a space where it was too angular to do anything other than, and once the wall run kind of ended, and Donkz had to adjust for that properly, and he did so masterfully. With the 17, you didn't break away from him to nudge off or force pull you off or keep you from going further down. It was clear what your intent was, and although, may I just get a perception check from you, Donkz, please?
All right.
And also from Branza, as we're reaching the end of this pit, as you're reaching an area you can't have really noticed without one at least.
Perception, you said?
Yes, yeah. So for you, Donkz, it doesn't matter too much. It was more like, could you keep track of Branza? And while you do have an idea where he is out of sight currently. Wrong, you have a mask. You feel him for about 50 feet, and then you no longer feel him, but then you're like, well, I still feel the rope.
But
so
wait.
Technically,
The tension on the
Mm-hmm. Yes. So it still qualifies to that degree, is what I'll allow. And what you see, Branza, is you see a late. You see a late. You see how this pit, although it evens out a bit, it takes a heavy dip, and that's where you didn't see it. May I get a dex save, please?
dex save?
Yes.
Okay, but first, can I yell something up to them?
Of course. What would you have liked to have communicated?
I want to yell, if I tug on the rope in twice succession, pull me up.
All right. I keep on lowering him down.
Okay.
You said a dex save?
Yes, please. Ooh, easy. You're still gonna take damage, but it is way lower than it would have been, even though I rolled really well on those two dice. You take 10 points of damage, as you do fall about 30 feet from that edge that you didn't really catch. But as you're falling, you grab onto the edge right before falling, keeping you from taking a load of damage. But you can tell that after those initial couple meters, it dips down for a good amount. And even as you landed onto this part, it's just a step, and then it goes down for another 50 feet. But yeah, there's
Okay.
like a heavier pit, but you see at the bottom there is similar to what it looks like over here on the where Donkz and everybody else is with the gates. There is sand, and you see some rocks pocked about, but you can only tell that was like probably from like a rock slide that occurred. And as we're here, it does seem to be a precarious situation. Loud noises may cause rocks to shift and tumble about. So, could I get a D100?
Don't yell.
Let me get a D100.
Okay.
Good to go. So yeah, you make it to the bottom. Well, to right before the bottom or the closest bottom that you could reach. That anybody who has a hard fall would at least land on. To my point, anyone falling from the very top is not going to survive the fall. Anybody falling from like halfway might. But Branza, even you took some damage from that drop, and you saved from it. It's a bit of a drop. It still hurt.
A bit of a drop.
Yeah, it's lengthy. It's definitely several 100 meters here, all the way. If it wasn't for the combination of the ropes and to the level of your expertise of tying it, you wouldn't have had enough to even reach this point. And you have you have no slack as you stand right here.
I have no slack, so the rope is like fully taut.
Yeah. Like you like just you're tippy toeing right now to look over the edge.
Tippy toeing.
And that's just to look over the edge. You'd have to literally remove to keep going further. But there's enough space. If someone wanted to make a tent right there, other than falling rocks, you could easily. I'm not going to show it to you because we're playing Theater of the Mind now.
Theater of the Mind. Minecraft.
I'm going to untie.
Donkz, the rope gets loose after being completely taut, but not in a quick fashion as if it cracked or broke or snapped. You can tell Branza has unlashed himself from the rope. He's unhooked himself.
Yeah, the hook on? I thought we just tied it to each other.
I was making a metaphor of simile, I guess. I was trying to use other words than the literal term he used just now.
Alright.
Yes, he unties himself.
You can tell I untied myself.
Yes.
I yell out at the bottom, Branza! Are you okay?
Donkz, roll a D100, please.
D100. I tried to look for it on my character sheet. That's a 64.
Okay. Branza, you hear Donkz yelling.
Do I have something that I can write on and something that I can write with?
Sure. May I ask, have you written a letter to anyone in your past life in the last month?
Wait, say again?
Have you written a letter to anyone in your life in the last month? You could tell me yes and make it up now. Just tell me the name of who and what you wrote to them about.
I don't think I've written to anyone.
So you couldn't justify having paraphernalia that would let you write a letter or a message?
I got a love letter right now.
That's the difference. I don't think I have written to anyone. I think I've brought along stuff to write reports back to the Court of Horns.
He's a smart one, Mr. Grinch.
Okay.
I think that would be my justification for having stuff to write with.
Sure. Who were you in contact with?
Shit, I have their name somewhere.
It wouldn't have been them.
What's up?
It wouldn't have been them. They wouldn't have done letters.
Say again?
I'm assuming you're thinking of Ima and Dolia.
Yes, I think that's.
They wouldn't have done letters.
They wouldn't have done letters.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
A direct connection to Timothy Hourglass himself.
He writes to Timothy Hourglass.
They could
Never
be
sent
that.
the letters, though.
I don't know.
Possibly George, or not George.
George, that's my gun.
No, George. The guy I took the gun from in our flashback.
Okay.
I have such a bad time with names. I have
No,
them
hold
written
on.
down.
I forgot his name too.
I need to find my sheet.
George is my gun.
George is also the leader of that village where you also named your gun.
Crap! I forgot my character's
That is
name.
true.
How do I know? How do I not know my NPC's name? Digger. What am I talking about?
No, it's Digger's brother.
Digger, I barely even know her.
No, Digger is the one who owns Jezebel. Ixta is his brother.
Okay.
So you'd
Digger.
be in talks with the Court of Horns member is Digger.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. So all right. That's justifiable enough. Yeah, you were in contacts with Digger. Anything in particular, or was it just like messages here and from?
More or less like progress reports, like noteworthy things about like Yenna and Junior, and then progress through the desert portion and.
Oh, so just keeping tabs on the specific ongoings.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. So you have enough to.
What I want to do right now
Mhm.
is I want to write a message to Donkz, saying, "Shouting might cause a landslide. I untied myself. I'll stay safe. Be back soon."
I was gonna deliver it to me.
I'm going to attempt to like wrap it on an arrow, or like impale it on an arrow.
Since you unhooked yourself, couldn't you just put it on the rope, hug twice?
That's fair, but I didn't think of that, and I don't want to metagame like that. So I'm just
Alright.
arrow up at you.
Wait, did the rope get pulled up yet?
No, the rope. I don't think the rope's been pulled up.
Yeah, so the rope's still there. You can just tie it to the rope, whatever the message is. That's what I figured you were gonna do.
Yeah, he isn't gonna do that.
Yeah, I tied the rope.
So, no, that's...
I'll tie it to the rope. Pull it up. Like right down. Drop the rope back down after you see this message. Just don't yell.
Oh, you didn't want the rope to leave. Oh, okay. So no, yeah. I mean, do the arrow. You just gotta make the shot. If you
Well,
wanna do it.
I write down on the note, drop the rope back down after you see this message. Just don't yell.
Okay. Make an intelligence check.
Do you know how to write? Are you legible?
That's not what this is about.
Are you literate?
All right. Yeah, sorry to say. I'm not gonna say. But
How dare you?
it all seems like a good idea. All of it.
I don't like that. No. I don't like the way you said.
He's gonna find an exception.
I was trying to give it
He's
to
gonna
you.
kill us using
But
I'm gonna get a patient and die of
the
sepsis.
3 and the 4. Oof. Dude, listen. Dice Gods did not want you to take this one, but yeah. I mean, you're already down at the pit. What's the worst that could happen? All the rocks fall? Psh, that's stupid. Anyways,
Stupid.
so what are your next steps? You're gonna tie the thing to the rope, tell him to bring down the rope again after what?
Read the message.
So what's the message you want to convey beyond that?
I untied myself. I'm going to come back in 10 minutes. Don't yell. It could cause a landslide.
Okay. And then you tug twice, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Tie the thing on, tug twice.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, Donkz, you pull up the letter, you get that. You throw the thing back down.
I had a hook to it.
But
I throw it back down.
okay, do you do anything to it before throwing it back down? May I get an intelligence check?
Sure.
Yeah, seems fine the way it is.
You're a smart group.
We're a smart couple of gang. I could add my trident to it.
Would you like to? That trident's not gonna last. But
I ask what the letter says.
I hand him the letter.
I read the letter.
aloud?
And now I have a question.
To yourself or aloud?
I have a question for the DM.
Oh, okay. But real quick, do you read the letter out loud or just to yourself?
I'll read it out loud.
Okay. So what's your question?
So, as of right now, would he be within 120 feet? Would Branza be within 120 feet?
The rope is more than 120 feet. The combination of ropes are more than 120 feet by themselves.
So has he been lengthed all the way down to the maximum amount of rope?
Donkz would say yeah. Donkz would say, damn, we use all the rope.
We really use all the rope.
Well, I got nothing. He's too far away for me. Well, actually,
It is 3 a.m.
it is.
Very nice. Are we
But I
continuing?
gotta. Are we?
I don't
Because I
know.
gotta take a 5-minute break real quick, if that's fine.
We may, if you guys feel like taking a bit of a
5 minutes.
breather.
Well, the thing is, I also have to work tomorrow in like the next 7 hours.
So let's close up then. Is that what you're saying?
Hold up.
Yeah.
I'm definitely for closing out.
Yeah.
I gotta go pray because I'm Muslim.
Look at that.
All right, 2 sessions in a row where I'm ended up separated from the group.